Good morning, my fellow yappers and yappettes. How's it going, everybody? Happy Saturday. I know I have not streamed in about a week, actually, now that I think about it, but I did release a video, so that's good. I spent some of the last week just kind of chilling, to be honest. Because the previous 2 weeks I had done a lot, so I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna do a little less this week. I only recorded one video. Scandalous. Anyway, hello everybody, hi. Hi, Mr. Overheat. Hello, Epidotes, or is that Epidotes? Depends on if it's Greek or not. The sun set an hour ago, classic. It's gonna set in maybe 4 hours for me. Is the North American Dev Diary just lol no? You'll see. Well, actually, you've been clickbaited. There is no EU, there's no North America, okay? We're talking about boats today or something, I don't know. I didn't actually look at the topics for the Dev Diaries except for the North America one. And then I saw that one screenshot and I'm like, yep, that's perfect. Epidotes. There you go. The yapping didn't even start and this guy's already yapping. What do you expect from me? Born to yap, forced to sit quietly in public transit. Actually, to be honest, I don't even take public transit anymore. After getting my car, I was like, yeah, that's not happening. But anyway. Born to be yapping. Indeed. Hi, Cole. Just shows that North America would be quite a lot different without Europeans. I mean, that's objectively true. Yeah? Hey, Hunter. MOH is inevitable. I don't know why when I read that I think like, oh, Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter Wilds coming 2025 or something? I don't know. I'm just filling air if you can tell. Waiting for everybody to show up. Hey Pelias. Corbett doing Lord's work by saving me from having to read all the Dev Diaries. See, that's funny to hear because on one of the Dev Diary streams, maybe like two of them ago, I got like one comment on them saying like, this guy yapping too much or something. Or, oh no, I remember what it was. He said he wanted to have somebody edit it down for him because going through them is like a slog. I'm like, yeah, that's true. That's part of the charm. Would it be a true Dev Diary stream if I didn't go on an unrelated tangent for 15 minutes every Dev Diary? We're getting Leviathan 2 Electric Boogaloo? Hopefully. Yeah, 50 billion more tags for North America. Waiter, more tags please. I love the yapping personally. I mean, these streams have always been kind of more casual. You wanna get news? Go find somebody who distilled it into a 10-minute video. We're here for me to talk about tangents, about things that are kind of related, and hopefully are interesting to listen to. Yeah, that's like the main difference between these and, like, because you can find maybe like 3 or 4 other people who make the regular updates for the EU5 Dev Diaries, and they just talk about the Dev Diaries. And like, that's cool. But that's not what I want to do. If I wanted to do that, I would do that. If I just wanted to make like Dev Diary news videos and then put them out once or twice a week, and they're all like 8 minutes long, and I redirected my channel into like being an EU5 news channel, I mean, I could do that. I just kind of don't want to. That's why the Satisfactory stream was so good. Yeah. Although, when it comes to Satisfactory streams, I always need like someone else to come up with a topic for me. Because trying to come up with a topic at the same time as playing a game that requires me to actually think is like, that's impossible. Well, It's impossible for satisfactory because you're just talking about, like, production lines. At least in EU4, you can, like, create, like, roleplay narrative or something, right? But satisfactory is just like, yes, I need to put 90 sulfur on this one belt so that it can feed into 3 of these manufactories. Like, it's not particularly riveting from a spectator perspective. Here in Italy, we have a guy who talks about the dev diaries, but the videos end up being an hour or more. So based. A kindred spirit. Okay, I think it's been long enough. I've just been waiting for enough people to hop into the stream so we can actually get started. You know, some people, they get the notification and they can't hop on in the first 3 minutes immediately, but I don't want them to miss out, so let's actually get started on this, shall we? Here we go. Is that the first one I want to look at today? I believe so. That's the 13th of November, and the previous one was the 9th of November, I think. Hold on, let me move this to the side. There we go. I think the last one we looked at was the culture/language. Apparently, culture/language was, or culture in general is actually 2 parts. So it's kind of awkward that I read the first part and the second part wasn't even out yet. But anyway. Today, we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dev diaries we're going to go through, by the way. 3 Tinto maps and 3 dev diaries, plus we're going to sort of compare maybe a little bit between the 30th of October and the 27th of November, because they're related dev diaries. No Saturday buildings? Okay, maybe we can do Saturday buildings. There's just not a lot to talk about when it comes to the Saturday buildings, because, like, all these modifiers, but we don't know how they play, we don't know what they, like... I guess, like, some of them can be interesting, sure. This time there is? Okay. Alright, maybe we will go over those as well. Sure. Balkans and Carpathia feedback. I don't really want to go through the feedbacks on each of the maps. Because it's going to be a lot of stuff that is, I don't know, I suppose, not minor in the sense where it's unimportant, but minor in the sense where, like, I don't actually know what's going on, so it doesn't really mean much to me. If they change, like, a couple things around, it's like, ah, yes, is this more historically accurate? Probably. That's the best I can give you on that. Anyway. So, that lays out the itinerary for today, pretty much then. We have our, Tinto Talks, the actual dev diaries, which would be this one, this one, this one. And then the maps, which is this one. I didn't go over this one, did I? No, I didn't. Okay, good. This one, and this one. No, this one. There we go. Sorry, this is the actual dev diary. This is not the one... This is the 30th of October, which we're going to use to compare to this one. Sorry. I misspoke on that one. Because this is an updated version of this dev diary, so we have them both open. Anyway, another thing to start off with is, I should probably zoom in, right? Let me know if things are legible. Too large, too small. Hey, thank you very much, Happy Thotes, for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. Just talking raw numbers without context feels like it's a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, until I know what the game feels like to play, I won't really know what each building does, how impactful it is to build, if it... It's just, you can have concepts. You can look at that and be like, ah, yes. A port. Very cool. Yes. A tannery. It produces leather. Riveting. That's the best you're really gonna get out of that, I guess. Anyway. As for music, it's time for your regularly scheduled 7-hour-long loop brain rot of this this one track. So hope you don't find it too loud, at least. Okay, 13th of November. Let's actually open this up as well. Look at that. That is a play, I imagine. Wow, crazy. Oh, and okay, I love this detail on the right here, actually. If I had to imagine this would be like, I don't know, like an English, just judging by like the attire, but maybe even, I don't know, too presumptuous to assume it's like Shakespeare or whatever, but the funny detail about this is that this guy is probably playing a woman as a character, because in Shakespeare plays, women were not allowed to be actors. And so men had to play the roles of women in plays, which is kind of funny. I think this is literally the Globe Theatre. Well, there you go. Funny stuff. Original drag, I suppose so. Just join the stream. Could you put the VOD from the start and comment on what you've been yapping about? Yes. The Yap meta commentary. For April Fool's Day, you should do a yapping stream that is just the things you don't know about, but for the whole thing, you act like it makes complete sense to you. You say that as if I don't do that on a regular basis. The biggest scandal of all time is me being able to convince people that I actually know anything that I'm talking about. Fun fact, you can say anything with enough confidence and people will believe you. Case study, myself. Anyway. Let's actually dig into this, shall we? It's been 15 minutes. Hello everyone and welcome to another Tinto Talks. This is the Happy Wednesday, day of the week, where we tell you information about our super secret game with the codename Project Caesar. Alright, so we did talk a little bit about culture last time. All of that has immediately left my head, other than the fact that we have languages and traditions or something. But this is going to be pretty much the second half of that, so it's just kind of awkward that it's split between last stream and this stream, but hopefully we all remember at least some things. To begin with, every culture in Project Caesar has two important attributes: cultural influence and cultural tradition. Influence is the attack power of a culture in the context of culture war. Oh right, I forgot they were going to mention that. Representing how impressive it appears to other cultures and the reach it has beyond its own borders. It has a monthly increase depending on prestige, some cultural buildings, and also increases upon the completion of a work of art. So English influence is increasing, but where is this relevant to? Let's see, the influence of the English is weak for now. Okay, so they don't mention it. I'm trying to like scroll ahead to see if I can answer my own questions, but it seems like that is not gonna happen this time. So out of curiosity, it's just the general cultural influence, or is it influence within a country? England, the Pale Wales. I think Wales is a subject, so each country that has a culture of English in it, I suppose? Is that what this means? Maybe. Let's keep on reading for now. Cultural tradition is the defense power of a culture in the context of culture war, representing how strongly this culture's traditions resonate with its people. Tradition has a monthly change dependent on relevant buildings, but also on the amount of art you have in your country. Interesting. The average literacy of your nobles also has a significant impact on your cultural tradition as well. So we have the offense value up here, the defense value over here. Cultural tradition is 14, which changes monthly. And decays, interesting. Cultural tradition from England, works of art. Okay, not very influential, at least at the start. From locations. Okay, I guess the larger your country is, the more influential. Or rather, the more... actually, does that make sense? No, it's probably like a local thing for each, okay. For each location probably has a local modifier value. Traditionalist societal value, okay. Outward societal value, interesting. Some method tooltips, you can also see the details of every location by hovering over that as well. As you may see in the screenshot above, the primary culture of the country is the one benefiting from your art and nobles. The primary culture of the country is the one benefiting. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, it would make sense if it's being produced by... like, if the artwork and nobles are of your culture, But if you have other cultures, other nobles of other cultures, then, interesting. So to swap the culture of your country, doesn't that mean you have to make your nobles illiterate? I don't know, in that case. I don't remember about culture swapping. Which they might have mentioned in the last dev diary. Maybe. Can't wait for Art Capital DLC. Can't wait for the Great Projects DLC, where we can build giant monuments to increase our cultural influence. Actually, that probably will be a thing. Chat, when was the Eiffel Tower constructed? No, that was way later. Never mind that. Ignore that question. That was way after this timeline, wasn't it? 1887. Okay, ignore my question. That's Vic 3. That is definitely Vic 3. My bad. But there are definitely some monuments from earlier that exist that definitely count in terms of being big cultural monuments. Things that should provide influence like that. That would be cool. Something similar to Imperator Rome system. But they haven't even mentioned that, so who cares? All we have so far is artwork and noble school. Culture war. So what is cultural influence and cultural tradition impacting then? Well, we have this concept called culture war, which impacts several aspects of the game. For the part where culture is relevant, the cultural influence of the, quote, attacking culture is compared against the cultural tradition of the, quote, defending culture. If it's positive, you will get bonuses, but if it is negative, you will receive penalties. There are plenty of diplomatic actions where having a dominant culture is a benefit for the other country to accept your deals. Sorry, let me reread that again, just so I can process what the ramifications. Plenty of diplomatic actions where having a dominant culture is a benefit for the other country to accept your deals. So the more culturally influential you are in that country, then the more likely they will simply accept whatever you want. So, like, if you have high cultural influence between, I don't know, England and France, then as England, maybe you can get, like, a trade deal with France. I think that's where this is going, kind of. Not sure what a trade deal would even look like in this game, but yeah. That's cool. Not to mention the fact that building a spy network is far faster if you have a cultural dominance, that makes sense. This also has an impact if you have conquered some land and want to integrate it. As if your cultural influence is bigger than their traditions, you will integrate the territory faster. Also valid if you want to annex a subject. So the whole system of culture in EU5 is going to be so much more significant than in EU4. EU4 culture exists for basically like 3 things. One would be having a penalty if you don't accept it. 2 would be like... 2 would be the nationalism of CB, I guess. And 3 would be AE. Yeah, sure, that's fair. AE does take into consideration the culture of the province you're taking. Although I usually don't even think about that, to be honest. Like how people of Paris revolted when the conquering English king organized a wedding in Paris, but refused to follow the French tradition of organizing a feast for the people? Maybe? Doesn't Years of Nationalism use it? Like Years of Separatism? No, I don't think so. I don't think Years of Separatism take into account the culture of whatever you're taking. Years of Separatism is a very default value, and I believe it's always 30 at the start, and then you can reduce that through modifiers. Like how the Dutch got a port in Japan. I don't know that much about that, actually. Although, who was it that was allowed to trade with Japan long term? Was it the Portuguese or the Dutch? Maybe a bit of both over different periods of time. Maybe later it was the Dutch and first the Portuguese. I'm also interested in seeing, later we might get to this, so maybe I won't mention it. And if we don't by the end of the dev diary, hopefully I do remember it. Actually, I'll briefly mention the concept, so if it doesn't get brought up, then hopefully chat can remind me to discuss it. But the idea would be like, having cultural influence in such a way that actually changes the traditions of your country. Sort of like, well, that's not the greatest example of it, but the very active form of westernization that Japan did through sort of like the admiration of a lot of Western things, like Western army reforms, architecture, industrialization, government. Like having that kind of cultural impact also affecting the actual underlying movements in a country. I also wonder if cultural influence can affect something like religious influence. But anyway, yeah, that's the idea, and if that doesn't get brought up, then maybe I'll talk about it a little more. What else did I miss here? Right, so you want to influence a country that you're going to integrate, that you're going to invade. I guess that kind of makes sense. You also assimilate people faster if you have a higher cultural influence than the pop's culture traditions. Small impact on sieges as well, dude. That's crazy. What about Japonism? What? Japanification of France? Cultural investments. Oh boy, we're getting foreign influence, and in this case it means literally influencing culture. Huge. They got the David statue. Anyway, interesting about the siege thing. Why do they do that? I have no idea. I can't even imagine a reason why. Maybe it's because you can like talk to the defenders and like suggest that they abandon the siege. I have no idea. At one time the French were weeaboos. Okay, it's been like 10 minutes. We can afford one small tangent. A short one, I promise. 5 minutes. 5-minute tangent. Japanese. Popularity and influence of Japanese art and design among a number of Western European artists in the 19th century. Huh. What do you know? That's kind of cool. And now we're doing that again in 2024. Anyway, cultural investment. One of the most important advances in the age of Renaissance is the patron of the arts. This one is early in the part of the tree that requires the Renaissance institution, and it allows you to invest into culture. The cost of this depends on the size of the economy and how many artists you wish to employ. Can I invest in culture? Yes, possible amount of artists plus 1, okay. Cool. There's a direct impact from the investment you make each month on your prestige, as well as an impact on the skill of the artists and the art they create. There are some countries outside of Europe that already start with advances that unlock investing into culture, okay. Weebs have been around for longer than we've known. You dig up the ancient texts and you find like the proto-weeb. The beginnings of the evolution of the weeb. Sounds like you're talking about societal value in TT38. They changed slowly over time, primarily influenced by the estate privileges, government reforms, and laws of that country. This culture, Tinto Talk, is not really the one you're looking for. Oh, I see. Okay. So, hold on. This one is number 37. 38 is where they talk about that. Okay, perfect. No notes. We will get to that then. That's good. Artists. Not loving this UI. Anyway. These are characters that appear in countries that are investing into culture. They will spend their time creating new art or figuring out what art they should create. It will also increase their skill over time, depending on how much money you will throw at them. If you get frustrated with them not producing new art, you can always commission art directly by throwing even more money at them. Various buildings and advances can impact the skill floor and ceiling of a new artist as well. Oh boy, okay, let's unpack this. Actually, we should let them unpack this, because I'm looking at this and none of this registers in my brain. Yeah, I don't know what any of this is. Not even gonna speculate. If you have less than double the number of the supported artists in your country. Oh, I see, okay. Like if you can have 10 supported artists and you have fewer than 20, okay. You can always poach an artist from a smaller and less rich country. That artist will then move to your country and all the art they create will benefit you. However, the influence of the culture of the country you invited him from will increase. See, that makes sense. You know, if you're the French king and you invite an Italian painter and he does a really good job, like that's going to increase the influence of like Italian culture, I suppose, in a way. Interesting. Several different types of artists, and they create different types of art. Painter. Cool, we know what painters are. Sculptors. Oh, that's a lot. Okay, hold on. Maybe I should look at these a little more. They paint things. Cool. Applying pigment, coal, or other sources of color to a solid surface like a canvas or a wall. Famous painters include Leonardo da Vinci, let's go, Rembrandt, and Raphael. Sculptors include Donatello, Michelangelo, and Gianlorenzo Bernini. Composers like Bach, Mozart, Bellman. Writers like Shakespeare, etc. Architects. Michelangelo, again. Minar Sinan, Christopher Wren. Philosophers. See, that's interesting. That now we're getting a little further away from what you would typically consider to be art. Philosophy. Jurists, scientists, metalsmith. Okay, that kind of makes sense. That's reasonable. Interesting, though, that they're putting philosophy into art, though. So René Descartes, famous me when I think moment. Immanuel Kant, Spinoza, then jurists. That's curious. Kind of weird. Saxo Ferrato. I don't know any of these people. Proficient in analyzing different legal codes. Okay, sure. Doesn't that imply a cultural influence on laws? Yes, apparently we will get there with this, in theory. Scientists, of course, Isaac Newton, Leonardo da Vinci, Joseph Fourier. Interesting. Iconographer for religious icons. Okay, sure. And then metalsmiths, if you have metallurgy. Yeah, that makes sense. That's reasonable, actually. How many people reading these would know who Ferdowsi is? Ferdowsi, maybe? I don't know. I don't know most of these people, to be honest. Like, I don't know who Joseph Virat would be, or Vidal Astori, or Jehan Cambier. I don't know these people. Fourier's a mathematician. What do you know? Descartes has also contributed to mathematics. Renaissance people. Actually, Descartes wasn't even a Renaissance guy, was he? He was closer to Enlightenment than... hold on. I don't want to sound like an idiot. Descartes. 1596. Okay, you know what? That's kind of in between, actually, isn't it? It's not quite Enlightenment, not quite Renaissance. A little in between that, maybe. Was Enlightenment? I thought Enlightenment was 1700s. Early Enlightenment, maybe. Philosopher, scientist, and mathematician. That's crazy. influential guy, that Descartes. He invented the Cartesian plane? That's where it comes from? That's crazy. Good for him, I guess. Probably the first early modern philosopher overall. Interesting. Where were we, actually? Right, we just went through this. Still interesting that scientist is going to be considered part of art. You think maybe they would have more of an influence on technology, but maybe they'll get to that. Maybe I should stop talking and start reading. Works of art. Something that an artist creates. Go figure. When the art is created, it will directly increase the cultural influence of the primary culture of the country that the artist is working in. So the art itself does... Wait. Cultural influence of the primary culture the artist is working in. So not necessarily of the culture of the artist itself, but didn't they mention that earlier, or am I crazy? When you invite an artist to move to your country, the art they create benefits you, but the influence of the culture that you would, of the country you invited him from will increase. Okay, so inviting an artist is what gives the other country influence. Creating the artwork is what gives you influence. So it's a bit of an investment. You hire an artist, that's going to give influence from the other country. That's why it incentivizes you to make sure that they produce artwork so that you actually get something out of that. You don't just erode your own influence. Okay, that's fair. Not all artists will necessarily live in a capital or create their art there either. I see. So what do we have? Ooh, that looks pretty Welsh to me. I ain't reading all that. Art quality, average, type, regalia, created, origin, owner, location. Okay. Art already present at the start of the game, that makes sense. King seized the coronet and brought it to London, where it was presented at the Westminster Abbey as a symbol of the subjugation of Wales. Ah, I see. Symbol of princely sovereignty in Wales. Llewellyn? Probably could have guessed that, actually. Yeah, that doesn't seem too bad. When a location is conquered through a siege or normal occupation, ooh, that's something to keep in mind. There's a chance for works of art to be looted or destroyed. If it's looted, it will be transferred to your capital so you can create a nice museum a few centuries later. Let's go! We are so back, British bros. Oh, we're setting up the British Museum again. Let's go. Having some art in your country has some benefits, increasing your prestige and traditions. It's our works of art. Don't worry, we're simply safeguarding it from yourselves. We are simply taking temporary permanent ownership. That's gonna be huge. British Museum run when? Where you only declare war to take artifacts? Huge. Oh, I'm so ready. I'm so ready, man. Why are the pyramids in Egypt? They're too heavy to move to the British Museum. Real. Alrighty, let's see. You might become more innovative if you have lots of art, though. Oh, for real? Total of 4 works of art in Venice, which is... There's not a lot of art in the world then, huh? St. Mark's Basilica, magnum opus. Sheesh. Horses of St. Mark, the Centaur, the 2 icons of the Archangel Michael. Okay. Monthly progress to innovative. Ooh, I don't like that phrasing. That just sounds weird. Monthly progress to innovation, maybe. Cultural tradition and monthly prestige. Okay, so having art actually gives you innovation. I guess that's how it ties in the science and stuff. They're like, you know what? Screw it. What if science was also art? Sure, why not? So having more art, which can include stuff like scientific works, increases your innovation or innovativeness, or please a better word for this. Innovative is a societal value. It just sounds weird to say, that's it. Innovation is both scientific and cultural progress. If only I could remember more than 3 dev diaries ago. Innovative tradition opposing traditionalism. Ah, that's what you mean. That's what it means. There's a slider between traditionalist and innovative. This pushes you towards innovative. I get... okay, that makes sense. Interesting. There's also a direct benefit to all locations that have works of art as well, depending on how much of the art you have, and it provides some good benefits. Okay. Cultural tradition, 0.07. What is this? This. Direct benefit to all locations that have the works of art. Okay, so this is all local. Specifically Westminster. Now you get cultural tradition, pop promotion speed, pop conversion speed, assimilation speed, institution growth. So art and culture has like a lot to it. Interesting. Prestige, a concept that has existed in many of our previous grand strategy games and is present in Project Caesar. Here it's a value between 0 and 100 and will decay to 0 if nothing else increases it, where the decay is bigger the higher the prestige is. Prestige in this game is heavily tied to the cultural part of the game, but it also has an impact on diplomacy and trade. Which I think is good, to be honest. Prestige in EU4 basically just serves to give you a couple modifiers. That's kind of it. The main one, in my opinion, being the aggressive expansion modifier. But I think it would be cool if it had some kind of effect similar to that of diplomatic reputation. Because I think that would make more sense. I mean, maybe not for EU4, because the game is so meticulously balanced in a specific way that, like, yeah, it wouldn't make sense to shoehorn that in necessarily, but it would be cool. It would be cool to have that, which is why I like that they're doing that in EU5. So what do you see with Prestige of England here? Not much to see underneath. Okay, cool. Prestige of England, cultural influence, skill of new artists. Okay, monthly aggressive expansion. Right, they did mention this at some point, I think. Very similar to the EU4 mechanics, if I recall. Diplo rep? Wow, what do you know? It just does the thing directly. Okay, that's cool. Market attraction as well. Great power score. We will touch on this again in a little bit. Monthly change, because the nobles aren't very happy. Dominions. Ooh. Prestige increase from subjects. Interesting. Our works of art. Cool. Prestige decay. Cool. Okay, so what are we looking for in terms of dev responses? Oh, thank you, Pelias. Prestige icon looks like the one in EU4. Coincidence? I think not. New revelation, EU5 actually being copy of EU4. Unbelievable. Actually unplayable. Paradox should sue. Okay, so we have number 16 to start with. If you create the British Raj, it'll be pretty prestigious, it makes sense. What if you own it directly? Is it equally or less prestigious? Anyway, it looks like the Stone of Scone has been moved to Westminster. It was moved in 1296. The more you know. I don't know what the Stone of Scone is. I have heard of scones, though. Tasty. Hope Scotland can demand that back in a peace deal? Demand what exactly? Like this stone? Sack London and destroy it accidentally? A stone made of scones. That's pretty cool. It's the Scots Special Magic Rock. Is it like the, Is it like the rock that Arthur pulled the sword out of? Different rock. Well, of course it would be a different rock, but is it like a similar kind of rock? In importance, I mean. Like, do they care that much about it? Let's see, we have number 34 to go to. It's the rock that their kings were coronated wrong? Ooh. Okay, that actually does sound kind of important. It was the seat on which Scottish kings were crowned. Oh. So like, kind of important, you know? Kind of like a throne-ish. Has significance. It's used in the coronation of British monarchs to this day, so it's kind of important, I guess? Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Maybe a little. How static or dynamic are the artists and their works of art? 99% is entirely dynamic after the start of the game. Based. What do we have next? Number 49. Already looking forward to the freakouts when someone finds that their country's most famous works aren't considered magnum opuses. Okay, I'm also kind of in the way here. Maybe I'll do a little bit of that. Still legible, hopefully. Or maybe, even better yet, what if I just... What if I do that? That's better. I gotta be missing the meme on this one. When someone finds that their country's most famous works aren't considered magnum opuses, and then, okay, hold on, and then... Oh, maybe he changed the name. I don't even know. Why are none of the mentioned artists Chinese? I don't think a single person reading these dev diaries is gonna know who any of those people are. At least there's like a chance. There's like a chance with these ones, you know? I think like most people are maybe at least somewhat aware of Donatello, Michelangelo, etc. They're just like famous of this era include person, and person, which the reader might recognize. Anyway, what's next? We have 59, this one. AE decays monthly now. Most stuff are monthly in Project Caesar. Okay, that's cool. 64. Do scientists interact with research in any way? No, scientists write books and theses. Okay. That's kind of weird, no? Kind of odd? Scientists write books and theses. I mean, yeah, I guess so. Scientists are the theorists, the engineers are the ones that actually make the stuff work. I mean, I guess? Isn't that what research is? I mean, okay, I don't remember what the advancement tree looks like, but this still seems a little odd. Hold on, let me just scroll up real quick. So the engineers need to research this. So this is the job of engineers, researching patron of the arts. I assume Johan was being tongue-in-cheek. Well, hold on, let me reread that though. Okay, cool. Research in progress and about engineers not present in the game at the moment, sorry. I'm so confused. Okay, anyway, yeah, maybe he's being tongue-in-cheek. I can't even read that tone across the internet. Anyway, what else do we have? 64, and then we're looking at 108. Will artists increase the cultural influence of their own primary culture or just the culture of the court that hires them? Artists increase the cultural influence of the culture of the court that hires them. But that's contradictory to what he said previously, wasn't it? Where he said that hiring an artist would increase the cultural influence of the country, of the primary culture of the artist you hired. Or the primary culture of the country that you hired them from, rather. I mean, he did say that the art itself increases the culture of the court that the artist is in. But that hiring the artist itself, that specific act. I don't know, man. You know what? I'm taking the stance of, we'll see when we get there. We'll see when we play the game. I don't know, dude. Super confusing? Kind of. It's gonna be less confusing only when we play the game, I think. Anyway. I could see saying science was closer to an artistic discipline for the time period. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I guess if you consider science in that regard to be like, you'd have to be relatively creative to think outside the box to come up with new ideas. And in that sense, you are still an innovative thinker, the same way that artists can be innovative in their fields. But less so from the art perspective, we could say like science was much more of a theological thing back then, but artistic, I don't know. Kind of makes sense though. Scientists make discoveries and engineers turn the discoveries into actual products. True, but then also we look at the innovations themselves and then we're like, where's the engineering involved in learning how to fund artists? The engineers are like, what if we gave artists money? Wouldn't that be cool? I don't know, I feel like it's not actually that deep and I should not care this much. What else do we have here? 109, did I read that one? Interesting design. How can we solve the problem of like Manchuria and Mongolia conquering higher cultural lands while maintaining their own cultural traditions? Although the Manchus partially transformed the culture of the Han people, such as their hairstyles and clothing styles, they won't be able to assimilate or integrate too easily. Interesting. Interesting. Because especially with like the Manchu, they... I guess maybe not necessarily the Manchus still in Manchuria, but at least like the ruling Manchus in Qing kind of practically assimilated within a few generations. That's different between like a culture as a whole versus an individual person or ruling family's culture. There should be hybrid cultures. Hopefully one day. We'll see. What do we have next on that? 132. You know what? I should take a screenshot of this so I don't have to keep on scrolling up. Nice. Okay, so we have 132 next. Why does it impact sieges? Good question. Is it too early to ask if societal values are tied to countries or cultures? Countries? He just doesn't even answer the question. Why does it impact sieges? Yes. Alright, second page. We have 153. If you as the player of England poach a Norman artist from France creates a work of art, does it benefit the English cultural dominance or tradition? Or does it benefit the Norman cultural dominance or tradition? Or both or neither or yeah, okay. Okay, so if you as the player of England poach a Norman artist from France, creates a work of art, the work of art benefits English culture if that is England's primary culture. Okay, that's pretty clear. The only thing still is whether the act of hiring the artist itself increases culture, or increases the cultural dominance of English culture or Norman culture. Ignoring the artwork itself, just like the artist. And I don't know, we'll find out. We should rapid fire these, to be honest, because I don't want to spend too much time. It's been almost an hour. We've gone through one thing. I'd like to go through them a little faster this time, maybe. Can works of art be moved from another location? Most don't move? Okay, cool. Does looted art count for cultural tradition as equally as art created in the country? If it is art in your capital, it is your culture. Okay. Good rule, I guess. 173. Okay. Could cultural influence tie into hegemonies? We have a cultural hegemony based. How does the cost of investing in art compare to other things like recruiting regiments? Similar to Navy or Court. Okay, in terms of the cost, cool. Are there events or decisions tied to looting or destroying art during sieges? No, you have no control over its destruction as soldiers are unruly when sacking. Fair. Can the estates commission art? No. Interesting. 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 I feel like maybe this could be different. Only because it might help you with late game mechanic micromanaging fatigue, because if you have a bunch of artists to manage, maybe that gets tedious, but I don't know. Okay, 177. Looking at Michelangelo, I guess artists can have multiple specializations. Sadly not. Okay, that's whatever, it doesn't really matter. Like, I don't think that the type of artist itself actually has an impact beyond, like, they just create art. I don't think the kind of art actually matters. Maybe it does, but I don't think it does. So this is fine. 332. Okay, yes, countries can change primary culture. We have, I think mentioned that in a previous dev diary. I think. We have 376. Ooh, that's a whole lot of something. I've addressed some of the feedback you've given us and just created a new artist type of an artist that's been widely requested, calligrapher. What do you know? So this has a potential based on, like, what language your court has. Interesting. So you can only have a calligrapher if your court language is one of these. Someone was talking about it earlier, swapping primary cultures. Yeah, I think we even mentioned that there's a game rule that you can set. This must have been like two streams ago or something. There's a game rule you can set which allows you to change cultures. Maybe it was last stream, actually. Where it depends on the, oh my god, what was it? There are different, like, categories for being able to swap cultures. Different restrictions. And I think default it's No restrictions? I don't remember. Anyway. Why can't the looting be controlled if you are specifically trying to steal artifacts? Yeah, that's another thing. Is like maybe you want to specifically take something. So maybe you should be allowed to go in with the specific objective of like, yep, I'm gonna take that artwork. We specifically want to steal that art. That'd be interesting. Anyway, another thing is like calligraphy exists in like a lot of languages. I guess calligraphy was not itself that important or not as widespread in Latin language or Latin character scripts countries, I guess. But calligraphy kind of exists like everywhere, no? I mean, like, calligraphy in English is an obvious one. I don't know, it's kind of weird that that's language restricted. But maybe it just didn't matter back then. Maybe it never really took off in Europe the same way that it did. I don't know. Kinda odd, though. Whatever. Calligraphy was hugely important. Before the printing press, the only way to copy books was to rewrite them by hand. Yeah, but I think calligraphy itself is kind of, the way that they're talking about calligraphy as, in terms of calligraphy itself being artwork. So, you're right, the only way to copy books was to rewrite them by hand, but that wasn't, like, the book itself was not a work of calligraphy, it was a work of literature. Whereas calligraphy itself sort of stands on the merit of its calligraphy. If that makes sense. So you're right, but in a different way. I think they're talking about calligraphy in the side of a mosque sense. Yeah, that's what I think that they're getting at. Where calligraphy itself is like an art form of, you know, some kind of sentence in a stylized, artistic manner. Specifically to be artwork in and of itself. So for example, like, Japanese calligraphy is typically you're not writing all too many characters. The calligraphy itself is the artwork of those characters. Whereas the calligraphy you mentioned with books is that you are rewriting a book, and the book itself is the primary form of the art. Where the book is the focus, the literature is the focus, less so than the actual artistry of the writing style, I guess. Although, to be fair, manuscripts back then were certainly works of art. You know, they put like gold flakes and stuff on it. They definitely wanted it to look really cool. But yeah, I think it's just a different thing. It's about the calligrapher's brush strokes, not the content of the characters written. Sure. Anyway, that's our 5-minute tangent on calligraphy. They're also expanding it to the Persian language. That's cool. Like the flag of Saudi Arabia or Iran are calligraphy. Yeah. You should do a calligraphy stream? I cannot do calligraphy. I couldn't even attempt to do calligraphy. Even my normal penmanship is horrible. Anyway, that concludes our culture part 2. Only an hour, chat. We only have 5 more of these to go, so grab some popcorn, I guess. No, I think we can go through these a little bit faster. Because especially the maps, we don't have to spend all of that much time on. So, we have Indonesia. Let's go. Population 50 billion. Huge. Hope you have your boat prepared, because today we'll be doing some island hopping, looking at all of the archipelago of Indonesia. I think they should add all 20,000 islands as individual locations. I think that would be cool. Actually, let me open that in a new tab. Look at that, isn't that neat? We already have far more stuff in the Philippines than we ever had going on in EU4. Same thing with, oh my god, what's this island called? No, hold on, I'm gonna remember it. No, I don't remember it, it's over. Sulawesi, okay, thank you. I was thinking, like, is it Sula? But then I'm like, wait, no. Aren't these guys Sula? But no, these guys are Sulu, aren't they? And then I'm like, is it Sunda? But no, Sunda's these guys. Sulawesi. That's the one. Far more going on here than we ever saw in EU4. This whole island is actually uncolonized in EU4, except for, I think like these few provinces. But yeah, anyway. Cool. And remember, Khmer is pronounced Kumai. Ha? Man, they did not do a good job of transliterating that. In EU4, I rarely bother conquering Indonesian islands because it's so much work shipping troops between them all the time. Yup. That is so real. It's why I saved the Pacific for last in EU4, because holy man, having to transport troops between 50 billion islands is a headache. The automatic rebel stomping does not coordinate with automatic ship transport to make that something that's actually viable to put it together. Wouldn't that be neat? If you could combine both automatic rebel suppression and automatic fleet or troop transport on a fleet so that they could just automatically do that without you having to manually move troops between a bunch of islands. Wouldn't that be cool? But cloves, you make a good argument. Okay, what do we have here? Countries. Cool. And wait, more countries? Or am I crazy? Is this the same map twice, or am I going insane? Oh, colored wastelands. Not super obvious what's different in these, but oh, okay. One is wasteland colored in. Okay, I see. Zoom probably needed even here. True. Hey, look at that. You have entire countries are just like small individual islands. So based, actually. Look at that. Yeah, first campaign gonna play as these guys, actually. All 2,000 people that live on this one island. Let's go. Time to, in fact, actually, time to play Cebu and reforge the Chola Empire. Actually, would it even be reforging at this point? I don't remember when the Chola Empire was. Individual city-state gaming, huge. Very wide area filled with many countries. Obviously, the most important emerging power is Mahapajit, goated video, originating from Java and who are taking advantage of the vacuum created by the disappearance of the Srivijaya Empire to conquer or subjugate many of the Malay polities to establish a new thalassocratic empire. In the island of Borneo, the Kingdom of Brunei is extending its territory with the subjugation of many countries in the Philippines, where the Kingdom of Tondo establishes a certain hegemony, but still with many other polities in the islands that could easily take its place. On the Celebes, the island is divided into multiple countries, with the Kingdom of Luwu, on the Celebes, so that would be here, Sulawesi. Kingdom of Luwu establishing a firm presence. Further east, Tidor and Ternate are ready to also be very influential polities in the region despite their humble origins in their small islands. In a smaller dialect, you do pronounce the R in... How do I pronounce that again? Kume? But not in the most popular dialect. Crazy. Kume. Interesting. Societies of Pops? I was gonna say it's looking kind of empty here, but that's because they all have countries. Like, you can play as them. So that's fine. Not much in here, only the Orang Asli in the Malay Peninsula and the Ilocos people in the North Philippines, okay? Dynasties. Not too much that I would actually recognize. Much of the dynasties are generated due to a lack of data, that's fine. Notable exceptions to that are, of course, the Rajasa dynasty of Majapahit and the Mauli dynasty in the Malayu kingdom. Right. 50 billion locations, let's go. Spoiler, lots of islands, who could have guessed? Oh, I was not prepared for the scale, actually. I looked at this and I was like, huh, yeah, that's a lot, and then... That's a lot. This is literally just the northern Philippines. Oh, my PC's gonna explode playing this game, isn't it? Me when I boot up EU5 and start smelling smoke billowing out of my PC, that's gonna be great. I'm gonna be able to fry an egg on my CPU. Ooh, this is gonna be fantastic. I'm gonna love this. It's gonna be hell for naval combat. Look at all these sea tiles, chat. Aren't you excited to chase ships around in these sea tiles? Boy, I am looking forward to the micromanaging in this. Let's go. Man. Oh, it's gonna be insane. Does this island even actually have a province in EU4? I think it does. I think it has one province. Well, I guess this is a collection of islands, isn't it, technically? And now it is 5 provinces, 5 locations. Cool. It's so many. I think this area up here in EU4 typically has 3 provinces. That's the one that's like... Has the 2 coastal ones, and then there's the one that's like oddly landlocked in the middle. I guess it represents this mountainous area. But, whew, yeah, that's gonna be something. Like, just the Philippines in EU5 having more provinces than Indonesia and maritime Southeast Asia in total in EU4. That's cool. That's really neat. Not to mention, like Borneo. Cool. You know how, like, Sulu has 1 province in EU4? Well, yeah, that's 3 now. Minimum of 3, because maybe this is another one, who knows? It probably isn't. I think it belongs to this province here, this location, but... Oh boy. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm like mentally checking out. Just looking at all this, I'm like, oh. Oh. I'm really hoping that the micromanaging of troops is not going to be tedious, but I don't know how it wouldn't be. The more I look at just like the sheer number of locations. Whew, it's gonna be a fun one. Auto siege is gonna be the default setting, right? Right, guys? Surely. Surely there will be auto sieging. Surely we can give commands to armies so that they can act autonomously, right? Right, chat, right? Even then, would you want to do that? I guess maybe. Corbett, that island is 2 provinces in EU4, the long thin one? Impressive. This one? I thought it was like a province and a half, where like half of it is attached to another province. I don't know. I don't really remember. Revive Imperator Auto AI? Yes, literally yes, unironically. Cool, very cool. Dude, even Bali, I think that's Bali, has 3 locations in it. Yeah, this is gonna be cool. Java? 50 billion more people to Java, please? I actually don't even know how Java has so many people in it. Actually, volcanoes. Volcanic soil. Maybe that's it. But yeah, Java is just, I think it's always just had like a ton of people on it for being a relatively small island, really rich soil, yeah. Something to do with volcanoes and really, really enriched soil. It's the ridiculous fertility. Crazy stuff. Cool though. And then of course we have Sumatra. Nusantara. Wait, no, that's just a different name. The island is Sumatra, is it not? Nusantara is it's a city? Wait. Oh, it's the Indonesian name for maritime South Asia. Okay, so I was right with it is Sumatra. Yeah, okay, never mind. Me when I get geography correct for once, that's crazy. You know what, I shouldn't be scrolling through the images, I can just, well, actually, it's basically all just images until we get down to more yapping anyway. Still more islands? There's more to this? There's no way, man. Okay, yeah, spoiler. Oh, okay, it's just province spoiler. Never mind. I thought it was just like going into further detail. Areas, very cool. Excellent name placement. 10 out of 10. The name of the sea is still encroaching on the land, but this will be solved eventually. That's nice. Fortunately, the islands make it quite easy to define the areas in the region. That's true, yeah. Borneo, Java, Celebes. Okay, I guess they're not going with Sulawesi this time. Sumatra, Malay Peninsula, Philippines. Yeah, okay, that makes it pretty easy. And then the Moluccas, of course. Terrain, inland sea, of course. Big galley gameplay going on here, I suppose. Nusantara is a city too. It's the future designed capital of Indonesia for 2045. Interesting. Not really anything of note here, other than the fact that this island is a lot more mountainous than I thought it was. Flatlands, hills, wetlands. Cool. Jungle, yeah, okay, that makes sense. 90% jungle. A little bit of, I think that's farmland down here, though. Some grassland here, some more grassland, some forest. I think that's farmland. One single farmland location. Huge. As you'd expect for the tropics. Vegetation and climate is almost uniform with the tropical jungle, while the topography makes it generally to be quite rugged, with flatlands being present almost only in the bigger islands. Okay. Development, not too huge, but not too bad. We can see a little glimmer down there in Majapahit. A little bit of green in an ocean of sort of bronze-ish. As one would expect, these parts are not as developed as what we've been seeing recently, okay? Natural harbors. Cool. Not too much to say, except for the Philippines having a lot of them. That's neat. I don't think it's to anyone's surprise that Singapore or Manila turned out to be such great harbors. True. Time to play as city-state Singapore. Cultures. Waiter, more cultures, please. That's a lot. Well, I mean, at a time like this, each individual island would really have its own culture. Pretty much. Unless they were under the influence of a much larger political entity for a period of time. Cool. Oh, it's so much more than I thought it was. Wait, seriously? I didn't even look up there. Oh man. That's so many more than I thought. I think that's more cultures in just the Philippines than there are in all of maritime Southeast Asia in EU4. That's cool. Huh. That's a lot. Interesting how uniform Javanese and Sundanese are, though. And how influential Malay culture is here. Interesting. This may be the most culturally diverse area we have presented until now. Yeah, you don't say. Me when I look at the Philippines and it has 30 individual cultures? Oh boy, yeah, okay, we'll get to religion in a second. Keep in mind that the minorities have not been done here yet, so there'll probably be more blending and variation, true. Religions! Oh boy! 50 more religions, please. Not enough. I want at least 90 religions in Southeast Indonesia, or Southeast Asia. Not enough. I want more. More religions, please. Dude, I think it's actually a religion for each culture. I'm not even joking. Until you get to, like, Hindu. Or, we should also have some Sunni here, yeah. I guess this was at the point where, Islam had not spread as much in Indonesia. I'm hoping we see some kind of interaction with trade to spread religion. That was, like, one of the main things that, that converted a lot of Indonesia was trade with, I believe it was Arabic merchants. That did a lot of trade, ended up spreading Islam into Indonesia pretty significantly. So this is a time period before that, where we have a lot of like Borneo in this case still has like 50 billion religions. A lot of Buddhist influence here too. But yeah, up here in the Philippines, actually, let me, let me put that in a new tab. Religions in the Philippines are, pretty much fit to each culture, it seems. And that's a lot. How are they going to make mechanics for each of these? Tagalog religion? Let's go. Majapahit over the next century subjugates most of Indonesia, but they never managed to conquer Sunda, who is right next to them due to what was basically a red wedding. Interesting. What else do we have? Yep, more religions. Cool. Another 30 religions, please. Like, there's not even much for me to say other than, like, okay, obviously they're the ones that we're familiar with, right? We have Hindu. At least the ones that I'm familiar with. A little bit of Hindu in the Philippines as well. Some Hindu, you know, it's a lot on the island of Java. A little bit into Bali and some islands more towards the east. Some Buddhism, Mahayana over here in Sumatra. I keep forgetting the name for some reason. And then over here in what's the name of this area? Like Aceh or something? Or Aceh? A-C-H-E-H, rather. A little bit of Islam up here, of course. Other than that, there's not even much I can say. I have no familiarity with these areas. Cool. A foreword before presenting the religions of Indonesia. You might notice that the promise to break the animist religion into smaller ones is now in full effect. You don't say. Wow, that's crazy, man. In here, I was like, oh man, they're gonna have like 5 religions in North America. That's gonna be cool. You know, in EU4, we only have totemism. It's pronounced Ake? Okay. More like Ake. Got him. Yeah, so, you know, in EU4 we have the one religion in North America, totemism, in quotations. And then when they presented the religion map early into the development cycle, and they were like, wow, 5 religions in North America, isn't that cool? 5 whole religions instead of 1, isn't that neat? We know for sure there are gonna be like 90, aren't there? Aceh? I feel like that makes more sense somehow. My pronunciation will be decided by the flip of a coin, actually. Anyway, not the final step, but an intermediate one. We created a lot of different culture-based religions, where we knew that people had different beliefs and rights. Now we want to group them into broader categories that would make sense gameplay-wise. Following similarities in beliefs, practices, and mythologies, I think that's a good idea. When you want to introduce this level of granularity, you might sort of get lost in the sauce a bit, or something like that, where now you've gone so granular that it almost stops even making sense from gameplay perspective. Where it's like, okay, we've now introduced 90 religions. Now, how are we going to make each of them feel different to play? You don't. I just don't think you really can, without making each of them feel like pretty shallow. Grouping them into smaller groups, maybe even having tiers of grouping, would be a decent idea. It becomes white noise. Yeah, after a while, I just sort of look at that and I'm like, huh. Like, there are 90 religions in this one specific area. Like, how are you going to make that feel interesting to play? Each one different from the other? I think the answer is you don't. You put some of them in a group, and then you give that group its own mechanics. Which still allows for you to have these sort of, like, local conflicts within a specific group, but allows you to have more detail, to give more attention to specific groups, or, yeah, that kind of thing, yeah. Like how languages cover a dozen cultures, religions will be like that, probably. I hope so. I think they're still sort of going through the process of figuring out exactly what they want to do with religions. That's why we haven't seen any mechanics yet. But yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see how they solve that problem that I guess they've kind of created for themselves at this point. If you want to go fully granular, and it looks like they are trying to go fully granular, then yeah, having different tiers the same way that cultures could have different families. We kind of already have this in terms of EU4, where you have like the Christian group, or the Muslim group, or the Buddhist group, or actually is Buddhist part of Eastern? I don't even remember. I don't remember the groups in EU4. But I think even creating more layers to that is going to be necessary moving forward. Music is making me feel so sleepy right now. Maybe I should like blare some kind of alarm into the mic. Wakey wakey, we have another 7 hours to go. Can't doze off now. Okay, let's see. Take as an approximate example the Northern American religions shown in the religious overview Tinto Talks. In this regard, we will appreciate any feedback about how to better group these religions. Nice. That said, let's focus on Indonesia again. This region is one of the most varied religion-wise. It is notable the presence of Hinduism and Mahayana as the prominent countries in this area were Hindu Buddhists before the arrival of Islam, which is currently just starting to make its entrance through the north of Sumatra. Languages. That's a whole lot. These are specific languages, not families, I suppose. One thing I want to say here regarding languages is that we have had to make some groupings of languages in certain cases. Among many other issues, languages need to have sets of names for characters, so in cases that we couldn't find a suitable big enough group of names for a language, we were forced to group it with another one close in their linguistic group, even if just temporarily. Currently working on improving this so that we can have the best possible representation without having to compromise gameplay. So it is quite possible that some of the languages that we have been, that we've been forced to group into bigger groups get further splits in the future. Okay. Dialects were not a thing yet when we did this area, so nothing about that is implemented here yet. That makes sense. Court languages, nothing too insane here other than Malay being rather influential, even in some parts of Borneo. Raw materials. Well, I mean, it's kind of what you'd expect from maritime Southeast Asia in terms of raw materials, I guess. A lot of lumber. A lot of fish. What else do we have here? Some stone. Some fruit. Gold even. Huge. A lot of gold in the Philippines, actually. Maybe that's why the Spanish liked it so much. Just kidding. I actually don't even know why the Spanish went after the Philippines. Anything of note? I think that's coal. Coal in here, coal in here. Copper. A little bit of copper. Sand, everyone's favorite. Trade with China. That makes sense. Horses. What do you know? Neat. The Spanish love free land. True. Free real estate. Markets. What's interesting to me is that markets seem to not have any sort of spread in areas that are seemingly just a little bit further from territory. As in, it seems like the market of the Philippines here doesn't really try to cross, doesn't really try to have any influence between these areas. But maybe I just don't understand how markets work. Obviously a lot of spices in the Spice Islands, as you'd expect. Population, that's the big one. 10 billion people to Java, please. More people for Java. Like, it's the clear difference between everywhere else and the island of Java is so funny to me. Oh, how are the Philippines doing? Ooh, that's not a lot of people, never mind. What is that, like, at most, maybe 250,000 people in the Philippines? Nice. Me and my... me and the boys, me and my 1,183 people on this island. Getting ready to set up an empire. Huge. Ooh, this is gonna be great. Marshall is the most populated. That makes sense, yeah. Java will have 6 billion by 1836. True. First page. Okay, we're gonna rapid fire through a couple of the dev responses. Because I did spend half an hour on a map dev diary, and I think I maybe want to go a little bit faster through these ones. Let's see. So what do we have? Let me actually screenshot that so I don't lose it in the comments. Me when Windows noise. Okay, let's start with 53. 2-day stream. One of these days. Yeah, I should do a subathon where I actually just talk about every single dev diary again. A subathon where I actually discuss the entire lore of Enbanar. Anyway, number 53. Couple questions. Possible to restore Srivijaya? Not currently. Sag. Are there any special mechanics or events that will bring Islam to spread in the region, including inside tags that are not Muslims? Not anything specific yet. Gotcha. Why are there so many tags that shouldn't be a thing in 1337? Difficult to ascertain the exact time of appearance for some countries. In some cases, we have opted for making them appear if some predecessor polity was already forming, okay? Any IOs? Not that you can name. Is that red tag the Kingdom of Singapore? Yes. There's a Kingdom of Singapore? I guess I've missed that part. Hold on. Well, I'm not going to go back and look for it. I'll take their word that it's there. Any events for the establishment of the Sulu Sultanate? The tag's already there, they're just not a sultanate yet. Well, yeah. That sort of indicates the spread of Islam. Which had not happened yet. Alright, number 66. Ooh. I don't know if I'm reading all that. Cool story, bro. Let's see. We're aware that this is an area where a lot of syncretism was going on. Unfortunately, we again have the limitation that pops in countries can only have one religion, so we can't properly represent such blending. Tragic. That being said, minorities have not been done yet here, or done here yet either, and that will introduce quite a bit more blending of religions. Okay. I mean, I guess not technically blending of religions necessarily as much as it is just having minorities in your country. Yeah, I'm not reading all this, man. I mean, I'm sure that there was a lot of religious blending. It has been known to happen. Historically speaking, sometimes people get funky with it and they combine things from multiple religions, especially in areas like this. Known to happen. Source, random Reddit thread. Oh, no, look at this dude. He is citing actual books for this comment. Like, that's crazy, man. He's got the sources to back it up. That's diligence. I appreciate the historiography there. Ain't no way. Robot sources to the EU5 dev diary comment thread. That's wild. Ask Historians requires people to have a relevant college degree to answer questions. That's cool, actually. I like that. That way you know you're actually asking historians and not people who are just interested in history. Okay, to be fair, I'm one of those people. I have absolutely no qualifications. I have zero reason for anybody to think that I have any knowledge on anything that involves history. My source is that I took one course in university. That makes me a historian, baby. Let's go. What are we looking at next? This one. If you considered making the various sea nomads naval-based countries. Ooh. That would be interesting. That would be an option to consider. Will you keep the bold outline for locations, even though that makes it harder to read than during the first Tinto maps? Map modes are always being tweaked and changed? Okay. Damn, imagine if Europe did that, blending religions together. That would have been crazy. Like if, for example, Christianity adopted, say, Norse pagan holidays. Wouldn't that be wild? Okay, very short tangent. I promise I won't dwell on this for a while. I actually did something. I did a whole project similar to that in the literally. Hold on, that was the last semester of university, so that was less than a year ago. In 5th year, I did a project on like Saturnalia, you know, the Roman holiday, and investigated the possible influence from Saturnalia into the creation of Christmas, meaning what day that they chose and all the other things. And yeah, it's interesting where you can see like the likelihood of influence, but you can't definitively say that there is, but you can kind of look at it and be like, yeah, probably had a lot of influence. Even though you can't, you don't have like the direct source where they're saying we're gonna replace Saturnalia with Christmas. Like they didn't say that anywhere, but you can look at it and be like, a lot of interesting parallels drawn, at least. Yeah, there are no like direct sources on like on like a one-to-one comparison and throughput. But even then, it's it's one of those situations you can look at it and be like, yeah, it probably has some kind of influence. Mithras cult holiday just with Jesus? Kind of. I'd have to whip out my research notes because I can't cite it off the top of my head. But I did a great presentation on that. I will say, it was one of my finest presentations. Spaced out 15 minutes ago, what are we talking about again? We're now talking about Saturnalia and Christmas. No, anyway, we were talking about Indonesia and religions and stuff, and religious blending. What grade did you get? I don't even remember. I think I got like a 90 in it, or something. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. Then again, the professor was also super chill, so... It was a class on Roman religion, if you're wondering. That's why the topics were Saturnalia and Christmas. Like, it really is very... quite specifically, you know, it's very much, you know, Roman religion. So it was pretty relevant. Why not 100? There was, so it was a partner project. And, I'm gonna leave it at that, maybe. No. My partner was one of my best friends. He did some good work on it. There was like one mistake where we were talking about Baal versus Malak Baal, where we mentioned Baal, or he actually, because he was responsible for that part of the research. Where he instead mentioned Baal being like the something to do with the sun, but that was actually Malak Baal, like his messenger. And we're talking about like Palmyra and like the statue in Palmyra and stuff. And how like that was a mistake that was made during the presentation. That was kind of unfortunate, but anyway. Isn't Malak Baal from the Elder Scrolls? I don't know anything about Elder Scrolls lore, dude. I'm talking about like Palmyran gods in like the 3rd century AD, okay? I don't know, man. Okay, what do we have next? 76. Is Lanfang already in the game? No, that one comes way later. Wasn't Lanfang just like a gold mining company set up by the Chinese in Borneo? It was also a republic, based. Hold on, let me see. You can play as Lanfang in Victoria 3. There's an achievement for it too. And it sucks to play as. Like, it's so bad. Chinese East India Company? Kind of. The Lanfang Republic, also known as the Lanfang Company, was a Kongsi Republic in western Borneo in the territory of the Sultanate of Sambas, established by a Hakka Chinese named Lo Lan Pak in 1777, and was until it was ended by Dutch occupation in 1884. Wacky things in history. Chinese South Indian Company, I guess. So that's why Lanfang is Confucian in EU4? Yeah, that's why the tag Lanfang is Confucian. And it is actually a country that you can release and play as, I think. There's like a decision for it, specifically. It's kind of weird. Anyway. What are we looking for? We went through 76, looking at 83. I like with that I said I'm going to rapid fire through these, and then I didn't do that at all. If you guys do go for the split of spices, you can easily represent them by breaking them up into 3 groups. Seed spices would be common, bark spices... Sorry, these would be more common. Bark spices. Spread them across southern India and Indonesia, and then fruit spices. Black pepper, long pepper, cardamom. Which would be rare and highly sought after. Very interesting suggestion. Let's see what we can do about it. Let's go. I actually love that this is the process that they're going with EU5. Sorry, Project Caesar. Because I think that it's a lesson that they learned from, well, maybe Victoria 3, but I can't really say that definitively without knowing the actual design process of Victoria 3. It feels kind of like decisions were made and then announced for Victoria 3, whereas for Project Caesar, it's more like, we have ideas, concepts. Tell us what you think about them, and we're going to iterate on them, and you know, make new things and change things over the course of the news cycle before we hype up the game and announce it. I like this so much better than what they did with the Victoria 3, and I think it's going to pay off for them, at least hopefully. There is the possibility that the kind of person who decides to comment on forums or to cover the dev diaries is not necessarily representative of the average player, and so there might be some kind of bias that could form out of that, but hopefully it isn't like strong enough that it turns it into a game that nobody other than this kind of person would want to play. If that makes sense. But we'll see. I think it'll pay off. I would never comment on forums, but I agree with a lot of the commenters. Well, also, I mean, that's like the survivorship bias thing. I agree with a lot of the commenters, which means that I agree with a lot of the comments they got responded to. Or, you know, the ones that were upvoted. Whereas a lot of the ones that never really reached your eyes probably are not ones you would agree with. Okay, what do we have? 89 and 111. Ooh, I ain't reading all that, man. Okay, population estimates are impossible to get 100% right. True. It's also very funny that a lot of the populations end with, like, you know, 11,023 people. Like, oh yeah, you accounted for every single person in 1334? 23 exactly? Curious. We've tried to use the same estimates all over the world to get consistent values, but thank you for the feedback. We'll take into account during the review. And then what else do we have? Oh, that wasn't even 89. I'm stupid. Why did I read that? That was 88. I literally can't read. Okay, 89, no cloves. Tragic. They're inside the spices raw good. That might change. My bad. I read the wrong thing. I think they are probably gonna change this, hopefully, in some way. It's either they have that much proof. Okay, let's be honest, they do not have that much proof. Unless it's like a super bureaucratic area, in which case maybe, but even then you cannot guarantee that that they did a correct census, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's probably just like they don't want to round every number because that would just look weird. It's not that big of a deal if you add or subtract like 7 people from a population of 1,000 in this instance. I don't think it really matters that much. It's like how there are 250 people in every, you know, quote, uncolonized area. Like, obviously, there aren't 250 people in every area, but it's, like, not that big of a deal. And lastly, we have 111. I hope you add an event of Islamization for this region. Might be the most successful Islamization. Gosh, it's hard for me to pronounce that word. In this game's time frame. Some content, maybe a situation. Yes, I would like to have something for that too. Yeah, I think that would be neat. Oh boy, an hour and 50 minutes, and we still have 4 of these to go, so let me see if I can be a little faster. Why is EU5 so inclined to historic accuracy? The mechanics are more important, no? Well, yes, of course, it is a game, so the mechanics are more important. But I think they also want to use EU5 as more of a simulator than EU4 was. And so by... well, like... we start from the beginning, which is... why make an EU5 when you have EU4? EU4 is one of the most successful examples of a grand strategy game that you could possibly make for this time period. Like, the gameplay mechanics are so well done, so unified in this way that, like, it was a real question, actually. I remember, like, 4 years ago, the question was, should you even make an EU5? Would it be any different from EU4 2.0? Like, why not just keep on making EU4 DLCs? Why even make an EU5? And that would be if you want to make something different than EU4. That would be the only reason to make an EU5, is to make it different than EU4, is to try to, like, change up what you want to do as a game. And so I think going down the simulator route is what they want to do with EU5, whereas EU4 was much more war game of expand, make name on map big, and then you win and you feel cool about having a big name. And that's the fun of EU4. That's the fun gameplay loop of EU4. Is like, my name is big, I am winning. Isn't that neat? Where there's very little simulation elements in EU4. A lot of it is abstracted modifiers that just kind of do things for the sake of doing things without actually making sense. It's like when you have your 300% manpower recovery speed modifier, but it's not like you're producing more grain or anything. It's not like you have more food to support that population. You just conjure up manpower out of thin air. But that's what makes EU4 fun, is that you can do stuff like that. Sure, it's ahistorical, but that's the fun part of EU4. Now for EU5, it's like, let's do something completely different, make a simulator. A simulator sort of demands more accuracy than a game that is more arcadey like EU4, I think. Also, this is kind of an aside, they don't have to do this, it's their own prerogative, but also I kind of like the way that you can teach history through these games, and I think it'll be neat to also have EU5 sort of being like, not only a historical simulator, but also you can, like, learn a lot from it, and so historical accuracy for that sake is also important. It's not one of their main goals, but I think it's cool. That you can have somebody who doesn't know much about history, they pick up one of these games and they're like, wow, like, this is so much stuff that I never knew about. That was like my first reaction when playing EU4, and EU4 does that somewhat well, but I think not as well as a full simulator would allow for. I'm worried that Paradox will lose a bunch of their players because the game is so different to its predecessor. That's the concern. That's fair. I mean, that was also probably a similar concern they had with, between EU3 and EU4, right? EU4 is a very different game from EU3, from what I gather, being someone who hasn't played EU3. But a lot of people are saying like EU5 has a lot more borrowed from EU3 than it does from EU4. I think those guys will keep playing EU4. I mean, yeah, probably. We'll see. I think it'll be fine. Also, I just realized that my chat has been in this corner the whole time, and it really should have been up here. Because now you're blocking the way, if you're on the bottom left there. Anyway, yeah, that's just the little rant about historical accuracy when it comes to EU5. I think that's why there's such a focus on it. Like, if you're gonna make a historical simulator, then you might as well go all in on it. Try to do whatever you can to make it accurate. Where it will become too sandbox-ish, which is something that makes me less likely to play Victoria 3, even though I like the Victoria 3 mechanics. Well, also, Victoria 3 is just kind of like, a shallow pool of mechanics, I feel. It feels very broad, but not very deep. And I think they're gonna fix that with, journal entries for specific countries, the way that they made Brazil actually fun to play. Because Brazil, you have to, like, manage a bunch of stuff without just expanding a lot. Anyway, I really don't want to go down, like, the Victoria 3 rabbit hole. Because we're gonna spend too much time on that, I think. Do you think game dev got a bit of responsibility in that aspect? Historical accuracy? A bit of responsibility? Kind of. Kind of? Kind of, yeah. But me, personally, that's just because I think that games can also be used as a really good tool for, like, education. So maybe I'm not, like, the best person to ask for that. Anywho, let's talk about this. Societal values. Topical, even, actually. Because, do we value historical accuracy in our video games? That's a societal value. Crazy how that works. Anyway, societal values describe the attributes of a country. Different countries start with different societal values, creating a unique and different experience. Please, remember, I suppose, that values are all subject to testing and balancing. The societal value ranges from -100 to +100, where a -100 value is completely to the left and +100 is to the right of the value. They change slowly over time, primarily influenced by the estate privileges, government reforms, or laws that the country has. However, if you feel that you can't wait for your society to change, you can always have a member of the cabinet focus on attempting to nudge a societal value to something else in your country. Okay, so we have skill when it comes to changing societal values, cabinet efficiency. Okay. So you get some from the king, I suppose. Royal marriage rights, crown power, chancery, okay. Unsupported accepted cultures and tolerated cultures, okay. With the total increase of this, we get monthly progress to capital economy. So you hire specific characters that can change values, okay. Which I guess would be this guy. There are 13 common societal values that all countries have from the start, and currently one unique for countries in and around China, which will be talked about in a later Tinto Talk. We have another one added in the Age of Absolutism as well. Some of these societal values, you may recognize the name or the design intent from previous games like EU2 or EU3, but they always have different impacts. Centralization versus decentralization. A centralized country may be more efficient, while a decentralized country may be more resilient. Interesting. I like this better than, like, well, in EU4, the goal was always to centralize as much as possible. Like, EU4 was like a centralization simulator. It was, let's reduce as much autonomy as possible. Let's rein in all of our subjects, reduce autonomy, increase taxes, like, do literally anything to further the central power of the government in EU4. But I feel like there's some merit to decentralization. Well, in EU4, decentralization would be a good first step before centralization, because if you have a bunch of subjects in EU4, like in the HRE, then all of them gain their own mana points, which allows all of them to develop, so that when you do centralize, you have enormous development. So there's that, I guess. Yeah, reduce state influence. All of it is about absolutism, centralization, all that stuff. And, well, I mean, centralization was sort of like a trend over time. Okay, so when you are centralized, you gain more crown power, sorry. Maximum war exhaustion increases, road building time decreases, and you have better counter-espionage. When you are decentralized, you have reduced maximum war exhaustion, distance cost to capital, I'm not sure what that means. Counter-espionage is harder, and monthly rebel growth is reduced. That could be useful. That could actually be pretty decent for if you start as a country that is in, I guess it's in collapse from like rebellions and stuff. Further decentralizing the country or giving more autonomy to some regions might help you with that. Centralization increases crown power dramatically, but being decentralized has other benefits. EU5 will have roads, thus becoming an objectively superior game to EU4. So true. The fact that I can't build at least a couple of... Hold on. Did railways exist back then? The first railway. When was the first one? 1812? Oh, minecarts have existed for a while, actually. Okay, but I'm talking about, like, railway. 1804, I should be allowed to build railways. Railways are able to be built? So huge. The fact that I was not allowed to build, that we aren't still allowed to build railways in EU4 is a crime. Traditionalist versus innovative. Traditionalist countries prioritize stability and tradition, while an innovative country wants a more literate population and faster adoption of any new institutions. Traditionalist countries will have higher estate satisfaction, stability will grow faster, and a bigger cultural tradition growth, while institutions will be far more costly to embrace. Okay, that makes sense. An innovative country will have a higher maximum literacy rate, bigger cultural influence growth, cheaper institution growth, but stability will be much slower to grow. So if you want to be an innovative country, you will have to put a lot of, I guess, resources into trying to fix stability than if you were a traditionalist country. Spiritualist versus humanist. A spiritualist country is pretty much organized around its clergy, while a humanist country is much more tolerant towards heretic and heathen religions. Spiritualist countries will convert pops faster, increase the amount of clergy in towns and cities, and increase the tolerance of the true faith while reducing the speed of assimilation. Oh, interesting. Ooh, so you get to focus on religious conversion or cultural assimilation. So, like, humanist countries are better at assimilating. That's cool. I think I said assimilation instead of assimilation, but... It's one of those days, I guess. You can build railways in EU5's time frame. They said it's the last level of road. Huge. As it should be. Aristocracy versus plutocracy. An aristocratic country is about having the leadership from those with noble blood, while a plutocratic country takes their leadership from the richest and most powerful. No democracy in my in my EU5 timeline, literally unplayable. An aristocratic country will increase the amount of diplomats you get, the amount of noble pops of cities, increase the power of the nobility, and the expected cost of the court. A plutocratic country will increase the amount of burghers in cities, reduce the cost of the court, increase trade efficiency, but dramatically increase the power of the burghers. Sorry, I had to clear my throat there. Increase the amount of burgers, Pog, let's go. Burgers for everybody. Serfdom versus free subjects. Let's go. I love serfdom. I love basically restricting people to one particular piece of land for their entire lives. It's great. High serfdom is about exploiting the peasants as much as possible. Let's go. Whereas a country with free subjects treats peasants as human beings. Unconscionable. Treating peasants like human, like people? Ugh. Can you imagine such a thing? So what does this serfdom thing do? Maximum tax for peasants' estate? Huge. Peasants' food consumption? Nah, I'm sure we can reduce that. Raw materials output, supply limit. Changes each month due to court language. Magna Carta? You're telling me people should, like, have rights? That's crazy. Yeomanry. I don't even know what that means. Will make England slowly go towards free subjects, I see. As you can see, a serfdom-focused country increases possible tax for peasants, the raw materials they produce, and the supply limit in your country, while it also increases the amount of food your peasants will eat. A country with free subjects, on the other hand, will increase monthly prosperity, make pumps promote faster, reduce the food consumption of peasants, but reduces the amount of tax you can collect from the peasants. Magna Carta says nobles can have rights, not peasants? Ah, is that what the Magna Carta is? Issued in 1215, that's crazy. Oh, right, that was when, that's when the nobles were like, maybe the king should not have all the power. A royal charter of rights, of course. Limitations on feudal payments to the crown. Huh. Like, neither side stood by their commitments and the charter was annulled. That's crazy. I guess they got it back, though. You start with the nobles and then slowly work your way to the peasants. In theory. There's a secret third option, where you get rid of all the nobles. It's Dithmarschen time, let's go. Okay, let's see. Belligerent versus conciliatory. A belligerent country is a country that does not worry about the opinions of other countries. A conciliatory country appeases others either due to being weaker or just believes that it is easier to catch flies with honey. This is a societal value, interesting, and not like a diplomatic stance. Well, I mean it is, but A belligerent country will create casus belli faster, get cheaper war score costs, and faster spy network constructions, but the diplomatic reputation will suffer significantly. A conciliatory country will increase the efficiency of the cabinet, the loyalty of subjects, and improve the diplomatic reputation, but casus belli will be far more difficult to create. Quality versus quantity. So I guess we're just like we're not going to have idea groups in EU5. That much is clear because all of these are covered by societal values. Okay. Quality versus quantity. An army that focuses on quality is focused on making each soldier perform better, while an army focused on quantity tries to get more people to fight in the battles. A country that leans towards quality will have morale recover faster, gain a bonus to military tactics, and have far higher initiative, but the maintenance costs will be high. Okay. A country which favors quantity will have higher possible frontage, cheaper armies, less food consumed by armies, but the initiative will be far worse in battle. What if I want quality and quantity? Then you just sit in the middle. You do neither. But anyway, interesting. If you're a rich country, you pretty much always want to go for quality, right? Is there ever really a reason to go quantity over quality if you can afford to? I mean, like, if you make enough money, you might as well just stack quality. Like, higher initiative, better military tactics, morale recovery. It's just the higher maintenance cost. Maybe multiple fronts? If you have money but not enough food to feed them, I guess so. But even then, if you have quantity, sure, less food consumed by armies, but in theory, raising enough armies, you're gonna end up consuming the same amount of food anyway. Interesting. Also, these are scaling values. So maybe in some instances you want like maybe a small amount of quality or a small amount of quantity. I feel like it's going to be the kind of thing where you don't want to fully commit to either side. Like moderation might be key for some of these things. Anyway, offensive versus defensive. A country that is focused on offensive prefers the attack and using their armies and navies in enemy locations, while a defensive country relies more on their forts to defeat the enemy. When offensive is dominant, then your fort defense goes down, but you gain siege ability, assault ability, and army movement speed. When defensive is dominant, then your fort defense goes up ridiculous amounts. Combat speed. Interesting. Yeah, like combat speed, what does that mean? 10% and then fortification maintenance. Okay. You want to attack or defend? Easy choice. I think it's the kind of thing, the sort of choice you'd probably make like during the course of a war. It sort of seems situational, like you want to encourage your country to act in a particular way in a particular war. Or maybe you just have a general situation, like if you're weaker than your neighbors, you will probably want to go defensive. Except that's the opposite philosophy of EU4. In EU4, if you're a small country, you want to basically take out a bunch of loans and be as aggressive as possible because that increases your power base. How fast can you change these out? Really slowly? Yeah, I think it's not the kind of thing that you could change over the course of a war. You just kind of have to commit to one of these. I will say, offensive seems super punishing with the minus 50% fort defense. Like, if you have offensive doctrine, and you actually cannot defeat your enemy in an offensive way, and you're pressed on the back foot, then you're just gonna get cooked completely. No fort defense. That's really, really hefty. Like, defensive, the reduced army movement speed probably sucks, but I don't think it's gonna be as bad as minus 50% fort defense. Defensive just seems like the one you'd want to casually stay on, because the fort defense is it's not about, you know, getting the plus 50, it's about avoiding the minus 50. I don't know if minus 50% fort defense is going to be worth the trade-off to just to gain 10% siege ability. I think, like, just going permanent defensive is probably ideal, even if your armies move slower. Just in general, seems significantly better. We'll see. Easy choice? I mean, it seems like an easy choice so far, but anyway. You know what, it might be situational. Maybe I'm not thinking of, common enough situations. I don't know. Land versus naval. See, this actually makes more sense when it comes to focus. You're playing Britain? Naval. Obvious, right? I'm glad land versus naval is not just navy versus army. Let me go ahead and read this. A country focused on land is usually a country without much of a coastline. Switzerland gaming, let's go. While a naval-focused one may be those that values its coastline more than others, like Britain. Here we have actively wanted to avoid military-only attributes, as otherwise 99% would always go land. Oh, they know their player base so well. A land country will trace proximity quicker over land, trade over land, and have larger RGOs, but trade overseas more expensive? Oh. I like that a lot more. It's like the main contributing factor to almost nobody taking maritime or naval ideas in EU4 is just the fact that you don't have to. Well then again, EU5 has different priorities when it comes to blockading and trade as well. So maybe this wouldn't end up being true, but still. I like that this is different. A naval country will trace proximity quicker over water, trade over water, maritime presence is faster, but trade over land is more expensive. So yeah, this makes more sense. You're playing a country like Britain, you're more inclined to, of course, go naval because this allows you to connect up your overseas colonies better. Whereas a land empire, for example, like Russia, is going to want to focus more on land versus naval because, well, Russia. Capital economy versus traditional economy. Country with a capital economy is more focused on earning money, particularly from trade and towns and cities, while one with a traditional economy is more oriented about living off of what the land provides. Is there really going to be any incentive for traditional? We'll see. Capital economy will have cheaper buildings, lower bank interest rates, and higher production efficiency, while food production is reduced. Okay. Traditional country will produce more raw materials, produce more food, and have a higher population capacity, but the buildings will be more expensive. See, this creates a new idea when it comes to trying to have subjects. This creates a reason to have subjects, like permanently, in a way that EU4 does not really do, and I like that. Because now, like, I don't know if you can influence the traditions or the values of a subject country, but it would make a lot more sense to say, okay, my subject, you will be in a traditional economy because you will produce more raw materials, food, and whatever, and we're going to bring that back to our market. Our market is going to be a capital economy. which will make use of those raw materials. We get to do colonialism now. Let's go. Ego capital, keep your subject traditional, create 20th century imperialism. My favorite. Individualism versus communalism. A country based on individualism may get more exceptional characters, while one focused on communalism is all about the greater good of society. An individualistic country will have more morale in its armies and navies and a far faster migration speed for its pops, but a slightly lower estate satisfaction. A communalist country will have a lower satisfaction threshold for pops to join rebels. Okay, so fewer rebellions, I see. Far cheaper to revoke privileges from the estates. A slightly higher estate satisfaction, but pops will migrate far slower. Interesting. So a country that already has a large number of pops would likely be incentivized to be more communalist versus a country that has a low population and needs to attract people to move there? Maybe? Individualism seems better here. It could be, but I could imagine a communalist country or a country going temporarily communalist to push through reforms faster. Maybe I'm looking at this differently. Lower satisfaction threshold for pops to join rebels. A lower threshold is good because that's below the average amount. Yeah, okay. That does make it harder for countries to join rebellions. So, and in fact, if you want to be, if you want to have innovative societal values, which reduces your stability, it might also be important to go communalist to help sort of counteract that. Would also be quite useful after expansion to keep rebellions down. Yeah, it seems like you could. Hold on, let me think about that. I don't know if it would be enough to keep rebellions down necessarily, like after expansion. But definitely if you're going like innovative, then maybe communalist would work for that. It would be easier to keep the estates more satisfied, keep the population more satisfied, to go through like reforms or something. And then maybe after that you might want to go back to individualist maybe, because it helps you with your armies and stuff. We'll see. Mercantilism versus free trade. A mercantilist country aims to protect the market price of the produced goods in their country, while a country focused on free trade wants to benefit more from trades around the world. So with mercantilism, trade maintenance is cheaper. Trade efficiency goes down a little bit. Scaling up to -1% doesn't seem that much. Doesn't seem like that much. Although this could be a much larger impact than we imagine. Market protection plus 50%. Export cost from market. Okay. When free trade is dominant, it scales up to trade advantage 20%, trade efficiency plus 1%, market protection reduction, and burgers trade capacity. Interesting. Not too much to say about this because I don't know what any of these necessarily mean. Mostly just kind of forget, to be honest, so we'll see. Outward versus inward. Outward countries focus more on interacting with others, while an inward country looks towards its own borders, looks inside. An outward country will have a higher not population growth. I've read growth down here and I'm like, yes, population. Higher power projection, higher diplomatic capacity, and faster migration to colonies. Interesting. But a lower cultural tradition growth. There's so much to think about here that it's hard for me to even imagine how it all interacts in my head. So outward countries are like, yes, let's do Let's do imperialism or something? I don't know. I mean, obviously, an outward country is going to be much more imperialist than an inward country. This might have to do with a dynamic of expansion versus inward focus. I think that's going to be the dynamic at play here. Would the migration buff from individualism affect colonies? Because that's one reason I think it would be better usually. I don't know. I think your colonies, actually, would want to be individualist, which would help them gain migration. That's for its pops. And is that intermigration, or is that can you go between colonies? Does it affect that? I don't know. I guess that'll be the keystone of the argument. So outward countries migrate to colonies faster. Okay, an inward country will have higher crown power, higher control, a faster cultural tradition growth, but the colonial migration will be very slow. So an inward country is going to be... I feel like maybe it'll be sort of like a cycle of outward and then inward and then outward and inward. Maybe inward is better for going through like cultural reforms, whereas an outward country will be better at expansion, so maybe you cycle between them. Perhaps. Liberalism versus absolutism. A liberal country will emphasize the importance of civic liberties and legislative governing bodies, while an absolutist country will focus more on the centralized authority of its ruler while reining in the power of the different estates. A liberal country will get a higher cultural capacity, easier to get through requests in parliament. Its pops are less likely to support rebels, but the impact of state power from cabinet positions is higher. An absolutist country will have a higher crown power, cheaper to revoke estate privileges, quicker integration, but the expected cost of the court is higher. It seems in this case maybe that absolutist would be somewhat better. But again, it depends. Are we attempting to project strength, or are we seeking to reform our country's institutions? So we're all going absolutist, right? I mean, yeah, but an argument can be made to go liberal instead of absolutist. As mentioned earlier, this value appears from the age of absolutism and shapes the last two ages dramatically. Cool. So what are we looking at in terms of the dev responses? The synergistic effects or cancelling out of liberalism and absolutism to individualistic and communalistic. Hold on, I must have missed that. A communalist country kind of synergizes with an absolutist country, isn't it? Cheaper to revoke estate privileges. Kind of stacks in that regard. Interesting. It's time, I blanked out. It is time, thank you very much, Pelias. First page, okay, I think we're gonna go through the first page, just because I think we wanna maybe move through these a little faster than I have been. So let's start with number 8. Is adding more values moddable? Yes, based. 51. When can we expect a dev diary about America? Will it be playable? Yes. Giga-based. In fact, we already know about that, though. On average, how long does it take to go from one end to the other end of societal values? Not set in stone yet, and not even a ballpark answer, but that's okay. We have 51, 52. That's 52 there. 63. Okay, it's just a UI thing for this. Okay, yeah, it should be more towards free subjects. Okay. 84. Can you provide some examples of starting societal values for some countries? Aragon has this. So I guess Aragon is more decentralized, more aristocratic, more towards serfdom, but not very much, more towards traditionalist, much more towards spiritualist, sort of in between on mercantilism versus free trade. I guess that makes sense. Much more towards offensive, much more towards naval, also makes sense for Aragon. In between on quality versus quantity, a little bit more belligerent. Very much more traditional, that makes sense. I think a lot of countries are going to be more traditional economy at the start. Slightly more communalist, and a little bit more outward. Cool. Most countries at the start will be heavily spiritualist. Probably, yeah. Probably very spiritualist and very traditional economy. Most countries. But maybe there will be a couple of outliers that'll be interesting to see. Actually, I should have taken a screenshot of that. There we go. Actually, we don't have that much left either way, but we have 99. How many unique societal values will there be? At release, not many. In a decade's time, probably many. Oh, they're thinking in terms of a decade. Well, I mean, that makes sense. I don't know if they anticipated when they released EU4 that they would actively support updates for the game for a decade, but I guess in this case, they actually are expecting to. I think the new market system will make tall gameplay a lot more viable. I hope there are a lot more internal things that you have to manage, you know what I mean? Well, we kind of know that there will be, but I hope that it turns out that playing tall and maybe even playing a little bit isolationist still has its own challenges. What direction does a negative value imply? For these, I imagine it implies the same left-right spectrum as these. So for example, negative 20, as they mentioned earlier, is the left side of the bar. And so I imagine it mirrors this, where left side is this, right side is this. I mean, that would make sense from a naming perspective, and if they didn't do that, it would be kind of cringe. Imagine you have the bar goes left to right, but actually the right side is aristocracy. Maybe it is, we don't actually know, but I guessed, you know. What do we have? 99, right? Decades time. Probably many. And we have 101. Are there ways to influence your subjects' societal values? For instance, having a capital economy but nudging your vassals towards traditionalists so they contribute more raw goods. No, but perhaps it could be done. Please. Please, Johan. I've never asked for anything more than this. Please allow me to convert my subjects into just resource colonies while I change my country to a capital economy. Please allow me to recreate Victoria 3 in EU5. Okay, we have 104 next. Will we have tools to our disposition to stop the values to a specific point? Depends on the laws and privileges and X and Y. Lots of things, okay. Can we ask a cabinet member to move one of the societal values to negative 100, or it will always move to 100? You can ask them to move to either one, that makes sense. 35. Whenever a strategy game offers the choice between technological progress and anything else, Technological progress is nearly always the better option, as it eventually gives the opposing sides bonuses. So what stops innovative from doing the same things traditionalist does, but better? The impact on research is maybe 2% at the extreme over a full game. That's good. That's also a point that's very valid. It's the same kind of point that we ask in Victoria 3, which is, what's the point of playing a sort of traditionalist style of government in Victoria 3 when it is like just kind of inherently weaker? Victoria 3, I mean, the answer in Victoria 3 is that it isn't. Like, it just kind of sucks. Like, you want to play an agrarian country in Victoria 3? Well, prepare to never make money, I guess. It's good that they laid down good groundwork, and I think CK3 DLC is a good process, even though not all DLC are particularly great. CK3 DLCs are hit or miss. They've had some good hits recently, though. Some good stuff. Technology can't outdo societal organization after a certain point. Wouldn't you mean the opposite? As in, like, societal organization eventually cannot compete with simply just having better technology? Which would be the argument in favor of traditionalism being generally worse. But in this case, they're not doing that, which is good. I'm convinced that Vic 3 added industry banned as a meme. I mean, it kind of did. But it is funny. Well, the thing about industry banned is that it basically was replaced by a better version of it called extraction economy. And you just set your subjects to extraction economy. I've had luck as agrarian, but you're dead in the water is traditional? Yeah. Victoria 3 is a game that basically says, yeah, we're in industrialization. If you don't want to get with the program, then you're cooked. Which, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Industrialization, big armies. You make more guns, bigger guns, cooler guns, in fact. Which is why you industrialize. Gonna be bummed if they charge $30 for DLCs. You know they're charging $30 for DLCs. Is that even a question? Anyway, number 140. Agreed with the thought that minus 50% fort defense seems immensely harsh. Maybe the equivalent of fort maintenance could be higher in offense countries since they have less experience defending, and are thus rather inefficient. It's not been in the top 10 complaints yet in internal testing. Okay. Okay. $141. If a societal value is 0, do I get none of the scaling modifiers or a percentage of both? None. I mean, on one hand, it does incentivize you to pick a side. On the other, I feel like there should be something. The game literally said, actually, no centrism. The game says you cannot sit in the middle. You must pick one. Okay, we can look at one more. 144. The Magna Carta is a government reform. Okay, cool. Alrighty, Oceania. Oh my god, they added a new continent, chat. That's crazy. Bro, what is... New continent. This is actually the Lost Zealandia. The land of Mu. So real. Okay, let's see. Oh, hold on, let's see here. I'll be in charge of the last 4 as it is planned that Tinto maps will be over by Christmas. Okay. Wait, for real? Oh, I guess so. Now that I think about it, they've shown a lot, haven't they? Seems like you could sit in the middle if you really wanted to, but rather than some benefits of each side, you just avoid the penalties of both sides at the cost of not getting the bonuses. I mean, true, but also, I think the game is going to heavily incentivize going one or the other, because it'll be specific to what you want to do at a specific time. Again, it's the whole start as a country that maybe just does a bunch of expansion, remains very traditionalist, and then decides temporarily to, like, reform some aspects to, I don't know, like catch up on tech, or establish relations, or do more trading, or something like that. But, or maybe it'll even be more natural than that, where, like, you won't even have a choice to remain in the middle. The game will basically just be like, yep, we're going outward look now. We're doing that now. That's just how it is. Anyway, let's see. We will continue posting Tinto Maps feedback posts in the following few months. Okay, right, so they're going to be done with Tinto Maps soon. That kind of makes sense, because after Oceania, that's pretty much the entire old world, right? I don't think there's anything they missed. So let's see. Bit of a different map today. You don't say. As there are no regular countries in the entire region. All of them are societies of pops. Also, down to the right, that is not linear Atlantis, but our 3D material testing island, where our great 3D artists test how the different combinations of terrains look in-game. Ah, no lost continent of Mu. May be relevant to repeat our guidelines for how to categorize countries and societies, by the way. You know what, that would be helpful, because I kind of forgot it was a long time ago. Settled countries, state societies, organized through states, which implies a public power holding A, the monopoly of violence, B, tax collection, C, public works, and D, writing/record-keeping systems. Then there are societies of pops, stateless societies, that have some complex organizational features, such as, not necessarily all, but some, chieftainly authority, permanent settlements, agricultural development, and some kind of taxation. Non-tag cultures, such as bands/kin groups, are simple societies, usually hunter-gatherers or shifting agriculturalists, do not organize around power structures, but through horizontal ones. Don't those still technically count as power structures? Anyway. Their pops won't be part of any type of tag akin to the EU4 natives. Still not sure if we'll actually be able to play as societies of pops, but I think that would be cool. Anyway. It's stupid that they won't be playable. I think they said they might be playable. I don't know if they ever actually confirmed that they are definitely not going to be playable. They did say that it's likely that they will not be playable on release, though. It's kind of like the decentralized countries in Victoria 3, but it's like not quite the same, because in Victoria 3, decentralized countries just get stomped on in the first 30 years, and there's not much you could conceivably do about that, I guess. But back in this time period, you think there would be, like, more options. They seem to be working around to it, but it might take them a minute. Yeah, I think they will be playable at some point in time. So, we have, Hawaii, with a lot of people here. Wow. Although Hawaii is an interesting case because eventually they did organize into a kingdom. I guess that was not yet, though. Oh my god, the islands are like to scale too, so they're so tiny. Brother. New Zealand, nice. There are a few societies of pops in Oceania in 3 main hubs: Hawaii, Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, and New Zealand. We'd be interested in listening to your feedback on this matter nonetheless. Alright, Papua. Surprising how far inland you can get in Australia, actually, with these locations. $50 million more locations for Australia, please. No trade routes into the desert? True. All the trade will have to be coastal, I guess, for the most part. It would make the most sense for it to be coastal. New Zealand, huge. We have our 30 locations in New Zealand. Actually, surprisingly few when you compare it to Australia. Although I guess the size kind of makes sense. That sort of tracks rather, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, New Zealand is not as large as I was giving it credit for. That kind of makes sense. It's like 20 locations in New Zealand. That's still quite a few. Oh, dude. Man. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe 10? No, I think it's 9 locations in Hawaii. Huge. Back in my day of EU4, we had 4 total provinces in Hawaii. And now we get 9. Time to play Tall Hawaii. Surely that will go very well. What else do we have here? This is, I only know it by the name New Caledonia, and I don't even know why I know it by that name. It's not even called New Caledonia anymore, is it? Wasn't that like a French thing? It is called New Caledonia. What do you know? It's still French? Wild. That's the Solomon Islands? Ah, that's what they're referred to as. Oh, that's politics. That's crazy. Anyway. Unless I'm thinking of a different island. Maybe this is the one I'm thinking of. Maybe I've got my islands mixed up. So these are the Solomon Islands. Maybe I'm thinking of this one. Remember when Hawaii was 1 province? I remember when Ireland was 4 provinces. Real gamers remember when the Iroquois were 1 province in North America. The lower one is New Caledonia? Okay, so I got the ones mixed up. This is not New Caledonia. This is, somebody said, the Solomon Islands. Imagine doing rebel suppression on these. Cannot wait. Playing different maps today to be able to show as many of different regions as possible. Highly work in progress, and some of the islands may end up dying because of their size and being unimportant. By the way, you may notice that some of the islands are weirdly rounded up. That's because they have a different type of terrain, atoll, which is the last one that we were able to add into the game in due time during the development process. Huh. What do you know? I like the perfect circles around these islands. Now show me the religions. Terrain test island. Yeah, they should have just called it Mu, to be honest. Really interesting to look at, but not much to talk about when it comes to these. Terrain. Yeah, that's what you expect. Oh, right, actually, New Zealand's climate and terrain is, closest to what, like Wales or something? If I'm remembering correctly. It's like right in that band of climate, right down in the southern hemisphere. Now you may fully notice the purpose of the terrain testing island. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Development? Yeah, not really a lot going on here. Natural harbors, cool. I like how there's one natural harbor in Hawaii. Nice. Getting flashbacks from that geography test game I used to play. Oh yeah, you're a historian? Name every culture in Papua New Guinea in the year 1337. That's a lot. That's a lot of cultures. Eventually it becomes so granular that I have no idea what I'm looking at anymore. Like, yep. That's a lot. What do you know? Same thing with Australia, just a tapestry. Actually, can I recognize any of these? Yolngu. That's a tag in EU4. Hold on. There might be one other here that I could recognize. Watjari. I think that's one. Wangani might be one. Where's Tiwi? Tiwi should be up here. Maybe there is no Tiwi. We've been lied to. Yeah, that's all I've got. Maybe Barungami is one? Okay, this is one that I recognize. Wirangarin. Aren't these the guys that I played as in my Australia video? I think it was. Palawan as well. Aora, or Aoran. And then there should be one other here. I feel like it starts with a K, maybe. In this area. Anyway. Noongan. Okay, over here we've got... I don't even think I can read these, so I'm not gonna bother. Cool, many cultures. Many languages. Work in progress, Australia, I suppose. Papua is not the most homogenous place in the world language related, yeah. Maybe Australia isn't work in progress. Is it really this? I know, I feel like they still need to Like, there's no shot that this is all consistent, right? That just doesn't seem like it would be right. I mean, maybe it is. South Australia does have one language family? They really do work like that? That's crazy. Dialects, but yeah, huh. What do you know? Religions? Oh god. Bro. Yep. That's a lot. And then there's just one for New Zealand, one religion for New Zealand. Maybe that's historically accurate too, who knows? Oh, right, because there are dialects. No, you're right, actually. That's fair, because you can definitely have different dialects. Scandinavian being a language, but Swedish, Norwegian, and Danish being dialects. Yep, okay. Fair, actually. Fascinating. There's no way to zoom in for religions. I do want to know more about the Maori. Raw materials. Honestly, I might just skip past this, other than the fact that Australia has a lot of coal, which, I mean, yeah, we kind of know that already. Markets, not too much to see here. Of course, very loosely connected, not a whole lot necessarily going on here. Maori? That's the pronunciation? Let's see. Yeah. Population. Good luck figuring out the population of Australia by this time. Maori? Wait, what? Did I not pronounce it Maori? Am I crazy? Maori? Okay, I'm just being trolled at this point. Maori, Maori, Maori. Bro, I don't even know, dude. La Maori, true? Okay, what are we looking for? 58? Will there be an event or decision to grow wine/fruit in Australia? We're thinking of ways to be able to move raw materials around, giga-based. Pronunciation is better than the Playmaker, at least. I do try, but I don't actually, like, look it up most of the time, so... Maybe I don't try hard enough. 59. Will there be a Tinto maps extra covering the remaining islands? Most likely, yes. Based? 72. Oh. I think that the Reddit map makers will be pleased. Yes, they know about the Reddit. Shut it down. There we have it. A map of the entire non-North or South America world, except I see some Alaska. Alaska spoilers in the chat. Brazil spotted? 17 pixels of Brazil on the bottom left? That's nice. Dude, I forgot how much of India was under the influence of the Delhi Sultanate at this point. It's beautiful. I love my mosaic in Germany. It's so cursed. Okay, what do we have next? Was that 72? Yes, it was. 80. Any progress/change with playability for societies of pops? We have plenty of ideas, but the feasibility of them is very low at this stage, to be brutally honest. We'll confirm it in due time, but we prefer to be honest with the community and not create non-realistic expectations. Fair enough. Like, there's probably going to be so much to do without playing Societies of Pops that I think it'll be fine. Like, they'll get around to it eventually, but it would be really nice to play them. Yeah. What's next? We've got 84. Am I reading all this? Okay, so the complaints are about no settled countries in Polynesia. Okay. We needed to set those countries... Sorry, we needed to set these country categories to make a first selection based on a realistic historical approach, as we want to deliver with Project Caesar one of the best historical simulations ever. But as I usually say, we're always open to revision and changes. That's why we're doing the Tinto Talks and the Tinto Maps in the first place, to listen to the community early on. So I think this basically confirms that they're probably not going to change it. Or like this just, I mean, it's reaffirming the idea behind the Tinto Talks and Tinto Maps, but not really committing to either changing or not changing it. So it's maybe still up in the air a bit. Yeah. Second page, 117, 118, and 328. There should be no wild game on the South Island of New Zealand unless you count the moa, a really big bird which went extinct by 1445. The New Zealand wild game represents the moa. They were essential to the Maori diet. I'm never going to pronounce it correctly. In 1337. Hold on. The moa. I need to see this thing. What an absolute beast. Oh my god. I can't believe we live in the timeline where these things went extinct? Dude. These things just existed in New Zealand? These creatures? Moa was a dinosaur. It kind of looks like one. What on earth? Moa extinction occurred within 100 years of human settlement of New Zealand, primarily due to overhunting. Tragedy. Imagine what one would taste like. That and dodo birds. Dodo birds went extinct so quickly, it was crazy. Because apparently they were delicious and also incredibly stupid. And really easy. Apparently they tasted terrible. Oh, I've been fed misinformation. I thought they were really tasty and were also incredibly stupid and had like no natural predators. The dodo was entirely fearless of humans. This fearlessness and its inability to fly made the dodo very easy prey. Oh, apparently humans did not cause the main extinction of dodo birds. My entire life was a lie. Oh, I see. Okay, so a bunch of people introduced other animals, including dogs, pigs, cats, rats, and crab-eating macaques? It's a type of monkey, it seems, which plundered dodo nests and competed for the limited food resources. That's crazy. So humans destroyed the forest habitat, introduced animals that reduced the dodo population. That's crazy. Yo, we're not to blame this time, except we are, actually, because we still brought animals to the island. Still brought other animals that did the deed in anyway. So, it's still kind of our fault. Yeah, time to play in New Zealand and preserve the moa. Make moa farming. If we can save North Greenland, can we save the moa? I hope so. Okay, we have 118, then 328. What about the tier below Societies of Pops? Are there features more or less defined? We have some ideas, but before tackling those, we would need to make Societies of Pops fully playable. Yep, I agree. And then we have... Oh, cool. It's crazy how specific, like these are a few pixels within an island that are the location. Absolutely insane stuff. It's really cool though. The black locations in the first map are impassable atolls, the new type of terrain that I mentioned. Interesting. Anyway, 328 was the one, I think. Okay. General comment after the feedback we've received in this Tinto maps, and also a foreword for the next ones. One of the aspects of the game that we want to work on and make a bit more homogeneous in the next few months is the setup of Societies of Pops / stateless societies / whatever. This is disconnected from its playability, as they require completely different inputs. Sure, yeah, okay, fair enough. Making it synthetic, it's relatively difficult to set strict categories for so very different societies, as some were agrarian, others were based on hunting-gathering, others based on aquaculture, some were settled, others were nomadic, some had chiefly structures, while others were horizontal, with so many different combinations possible. And to be clear, we're considering the situation existing in 1337, which makes the task even harder. With that said, we'll do our best to try to have the Societies of Pops look consistent over the different continents, and we'll also consider your feedback regarding what could be played as a, quote, land-based country to try to address your expectations. We'll also ask for some patience and understanding, as in some cases we will have to stick to the general criteria to try to make a great, cohesive, and balanced game. Okay, yeah, I generally agree with this. Is that if you want to have Societies of Pops, first what you want to do is make them interactable on the basis of, like, you know, if the player plays a landed country or whatever, you want to make sure that they have mechanics for when you play as what will basically be the more popular countries, ones which are landed, of course. And so you want to give them mechanics that interact with the general playstyle that most people will play before you want to make them playable themselves. So yeah, I am actually fine with this. Because if you want to make them playable, then yeah, as they mentioned, there are so many different things to consider. That's fine. Yeah, no notes really. I mean, what am I gonna do? Be like, no, you must make them playable. Like, whatever they have time for, I would really, I would like to play them out. But like, it's not like necessary for launch. I'm not gonna like be too sad. Anyway, right, so this is actually the combo. This is the 30th of October, but that's because it ties into this one, 27th of November. Because this is actually kind of redoing, I guess, the dev diary from here. So I've brought this up as a possible comparison, but maybe I won't have to, we'll see. Okay, let me grab something to drink real quick. If you can believe it, chat, we only have 2 things to go through. One more dev diary, which is this one, and another Tinto maps, and then we'll be done. And it'll probably only be like a 5-hour VOD instead of like a 7-hour VOD. Wouldn't that be crazy? I hope they will be available to play on one of the first DLCs to avoid placing too much focus away from the base game. I would very much like it if you didn't have to put it in a DLC, personally, but we'll see. I imagine in particular getting the Finns and Sami playable will be a big deal just because of where Paradox is located and their fans. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't think so. Well, I mean, I don't remember the starting setup. Hold on, let me go to that map again. I want to look at the map of the old world. Or, you know, Afro-Eurasia. Let me get that entire map again. Here we go. Right. Finland is rather, you know, sparse. Owned a little bit by Sweden. I see what you mean. Honestly, no, I don't think they're going to prioritize the Finns or the Sami being playable. I think if they want to make Societies of Pops playable, they're just going to do it all at once. Anyway. Yeah, this is the one. So, they got a lot of feedback on the 30th of October, that dev diary, which was about great powers, hegemony, that kind of thing. And so they decided to, I guess, go over it again. Our Tinto Talks from a month ago about great powers and hegemons was one of the very few we have made that had a negative reaction. But what was great with it was that there was plenty of great, constructive, and usable feedback from it. Pretty much everything in this thread today has been built on community ideas that have been revised and discussed internally. You'll love to see it. First of all, we reworked it so that rank for a country is now more about the flavor and internal mechanics, moving away from the unlocking of powerful diplomatic actions like intervene and threaten war, so that they are for great powers instead. Okay. There were also some modifiers that more fit being a great power than a kingdom and empire in name, like the power projection bonus that a rank gave. This? Yeah, okay. I don't know if I parsed that correctly. Give me a second. Ranks are more for flavor and internal mechanics. Okay, that's good. But now great power mechanics are stuff like intervene and threaten war. Okay, that's a good change, actually. Some modifiers that fit being great power than a kingdom and empire name. Okay, I see. So they're sort of shifting things towards being great power rather than being a kingdom or empire. And I think they're also going to change stuff for empires, or rather for great powers, because of how kind of weird it was last time too. So being a kingdom now gives you +1 number of artists, diplomatic range, diplomatic capacity, maximum diplomats, great power score, consign alliance. Consign alliance? Is that something you can just, like, not do if you're too small? Okay. Can guarantee, can support rebels, possible rivals, okay. And the new icon, neat. First of all, being a great power is not without its costs, and now being considered one increases the amount of gold your country needs to spend to keep up its legitimacy. Also, all great powers have a negative opinion of -25 of each other, so that encourages competition between great powers, which I think is good. The bonuses you get now scale with the position you have among the great powers, where being the number one gives the highest benefits. Being the number one great power gives you more benefits. I like that. I like that because it kind of makes sense, you know. In EU4, being a great power and having like 800 development, and it sort of makes you the equivalent of a great power that has 8,000 development. Like, you don't really get different bonuses for being the 8th or the 1st great power, which I thought was always kind of weird. Well, that's sort of one of the things that they added with hegemony, I guess, is that like there is an extra layer to that. But still, I like this. Yuan gets a bit more than France, that makes sense. Just more of everything, really. Directly scaling, it seems, so everything is ×5 compared to this. Okay, sure. Another change we did was that the amount of great powers is now fluid. Depends on how many countries are close to the number one power in the world. There's always a minimum number of great powers, though, and a maximum, which depends on the total number of countries in the world. Interesting. Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. If you have, say, 12 countries that all kind of rival each other in strength, very, very close to one another, there's no reason why the lowest of that totem, the 12th great power, should not be considered a great power, even though it's like just like marginally a little bit too weak. I think that, yeah, that makes sense to have it more fluid. Whereas if you have one power which dwarves all the others, then yeah, the other great powers are less so great powers. What defines a great power, like the bar gets higher, and so, yeah, there would be fewer. That makes sense. Done a lot of changes to both the system for hegemonies, and how they actually work as well. First of all, we changed the hegemony system to not be unlocked by advances, but instead they become available directly when the Age of Discovery starts. Okay, that's fine. It is like 100 years into a campaign, but that's fine. Why, you may now ask? Well, this is important for the new mechanics, as you no longer actively decide to become a hegemon, but the hegemony is proclaimed on you by being the strongest in a particular area. Oh. You sort of stumble into hegemony now through your actions, not through a proclamation. Which kind of makes more sense. I mean, what country decides to proclaim itself a hegemon, like other than trying to like show it as like a show of strength? I guess if you wanted to be really cocky about it, you could be like, "Yup, we are now the strongest of whatever in the world." You know, like, we are the naval hegemon. Tremble before us. You know, you could do it to be kind of like that. But most of the time, a country just sort of gains enough power over time to just sort of be considered a hegemon. Cool. Every month, the strongest in the area the hegemony concerns. The area the hegemony concerns. Oh, I mean, I suppose they mean area not geographically, but in terms of stats. Okay, fair. Will be proclaimed as that hegemon. If there is a hegemon already, you need to be at least 10% more powerful in that area. So for the military hegemon, if France has 200,000 soldiers, then Sweden needs at least 240,000 soldiers to become the new military hegemon. Wait, what? At least 10% more powerful. Am I crazy, chat, or is the math not mathing on that? Need to be at least 10% more powerful. So if France is 200, I don't think the math's mathing on that one. I think you would need at least 220,000 soldiers, right? Okay. Anyway, or reduce the French army to be smaller in a way. You will not lose your hegemony if you lose a war, though. Fine. Yeah, no, I guess that makes more sense. It depends. Okay, so since hegemony is something that you do not proclaim, then losing a war should not make you lose hegemony. Fine. If hegemony is something that you proclaim, something that you need to back up and prove, then losing a war should make you lose it. It's the difference between how the rest of the world considers you versus how you want to present yourself. If you present yourself as a hegemon, then losing a war is disastrous for your claim. But if the world simply considers you a hegemon just by existing and being strong in a particular area, then maintaining that strength, even if you lose a war, sure, you're still the hegemon, that's fine. Okay, another major change is that you can hold multiple hegemonies. Cool. There are now some drawbacks to being a hegemon. Of course, all other countries distrust a hegemon, so for every hegemony you hold, you get a -20 opinion from every country, and a +20% extra impact on aggressive expansion. Woohoo! Anti-blobbing mechanics in my Paradox game? No way. No shot. There's also an increase to expected court costs and a monthly prestige gain. You're telling me that proclaiming economic hegemony does not simply give me infinite governing capacity and goods produced? We also removed the system of hegemonies becoming more powerful the longer you hold them, and removed most stacking modifiers, and having them merely gives 1 bonus each. However, instead, each hegemony gives you 2 unlocks, 1 unique cabinet action each, and a unique diplomatic action that each can be used while you hold that hegemony. Oh, okay, so it's not like a huge, like, let's stack 50 modifiers. Now it's like, you get new interactions, I guess, based on whatever your hegemony is. So for economic, there's unit food consumption, forced divert trade. That makes sense. Reduced paperwork. Not quite getting that one, but okay. Let's see what it says down here. Also shows you the competing great powers. Not sure the word competing is relevant here, though. Yeah. Sultanate of Delhi making like 1/3 of the income. 2 new hegemonies. Let's go. Wait, is this a new one that they didn't have before? No, okay, never mind. I was about to say, like, I'm pretty sure this has always been there. Okay, rehashing hegemonies. Highest income from trade and taxes. Okay. As you can see in the screenshot above, their units consume less food, which can be useful over a campaign. True. They can use the diplomatic action divert trade, which forces a non-greater power country to give up part of their merchant capacity and power in all the markets they are present in. This cannot be done to anyone that has their own market, though. But this forced diversion of trade cannot be broken for 10 years. Unless a war breaks out between the hegemon and the target, that makes sense. It's interesting, this is just like a regular action in EU4, but you have to be the economic hegemon to do this in EU5. Interesting. It has different ramifications, though. But maybe a similar effect, who knows? Like the scale might be the same. Anyway. The cabinet action this hegemon gets is reduce paperwork, which increases the production efficiency in an entire area. So, what is an area? An area is a group of provinces, and a province is a group of locations. Production efficiency is a powerful modifier which directly impacts the output of a building without increasing input requirements. That's pretty big. It's not even like throughput the way that in Victoria 3 you can do that. It's literally just more efficient. It produces more things with the same number of things. We will produce clocks out of thin air. Naval hegemony. The great power that has the most heavy ships of all great powers, sure. Their bonus is 10% less naval damage taken. Okay, sure. They can use the diplomatic action force embargoes, which makes the target non-greater power embargo another country? Goated? An embargoed country cannot trade in the market they are embargoed in, and their locations will not belong to that market. Both which are rather non-ideal. This forced embargo cannot be broken for 10 years unless a war breaks out between the hegemon and the target. Oh, that's big. That's really big. This could be like a game ruiner, in fact. Wild stuff. This hegemon can use the cabinet action naval focus, which increases the maritime growth and harbor suitability of all ports in an area. Okay. We will simply carve out better natural harbors. Huge. Military hegemony. Biggest army, of course. 10% cheaper war score costs. Okay, so everyone's going military hegemony, right, guys? They have the violate sovereignty diplomatic action. This is probably the most requested feature ever by any warmongering player. Allows you to enforce a military and food access on any non-greater power country for 6 months. This means that you can pretty much ignore neutrality based and make sure your army is well fed as you march it into another theater. There is a slight drawback that the country who you march through will dislike you and get a CB on you. Yeah, who cares though? The cabinet action this hegemon gets is soldiers as workforce, which gives you faster construction speed in an area. This impacts roads, buildings, and RGOs, so it can be useful to get more barracks, forts, and iron mines quickly for the war machine. Cultural hegemon. This is the first of the new ones, and this is granted to the power with the highest cultural influence. Their bonus is a 25% growth to cultural tradition. Growth, I guess. They can use the diplomatic action force change court language. EU5 one court language world conquest, let's go. This forces a non-greater power country to change their court language to yours, which further strengthens your stronghold on culture. This cannot be changed for 10 years unless a war breaks out. This hegemon can use the cabinet action assimilate area, which allows you to assimilate pops in an entire area at once. What? Which is a few times more powerful than the promote culture cabinet action. Okay, I think they mean not like instantaneously, they mean simultaneously. It's not like you assimilate, it's not like you press the button that assimilates like whoop. You've now been completely changed. They mean like you can do it over a larger area. Okay, sure. Diplomatic hegemony. The second of our new hegemonies. And it is granted to the great power with the highest diplomatic reputation. That seems like it'd be pretty easy to get. I guess actually hegemonies are meant to exist always, aren't they? Yeah, because there's no minimum requirement. You don't need to have like 1 million troops like you do in EU4. You don't need to have, what is it, 1,000 heavies? Or no, is it like 500 heavies for EU4 or something? Like, these hegemonies do not require a baseline anything. They're just not in the first age, yeah. I think they mentioned you need to be in the age of discovery. Let me go find that. They become available directly when the age of discovery starts. Fleet of 500? Yeah. That's the way that it is in EU4. But other than that, like, hegemony is just going to exist, not from the start, but like 100 years in, which is interesting. Higher impact from improving relations. Okay. Influence any country, which increases trust and opinion in a target non-greater power country. Diplomatic Corps, which allows this hegemon to dramatically increase their diplomatic capacity while also gaining more diplomats each month. Curious to see what you can actually do with diplomatic actions to see if this is actually worth anything. Maybe it'll be like a B-list hegemony. Maybe it's okay to have, but not like the one you want to be necessarily. I mean, you can have multiple hegemonies, which makes this like... It's not like you're locked into the diplomatic hegemon. You can be diplomatic and like cultural. Like that could be a big thing actually. Like this combo could kind of be crazy. Cultural and diplomatic. So you can like force change court language, rapid fire. Create a lingua franca. Okay, so what do we have? Now we have 5 great powers at the start of the game, probably because the Yuan dynasty is leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else, so it shrinks the number of great powers. Next week we go through government reforms, how they work. Cool. Let's look through a couple of dev responses. Thank you very much, Pelias. Okay, let's scroll down to 18. So there aren't any local great powers, only global ones. Only global ones, okay. We ran into lots of problems with it not being possible to determine what is the local you look at. That's fair. I can imagine that being pretty complex. EU5 cultural victory campaign when? Exactly. 21. Does that mean that those actions can also be used in other great powers who are of a lesser rank? No, cannot be on any great powers. Fair. Who are the holders of each hegemony at the start of the game? Nobody, because they mentioned it's locked until the Asia discovery. 43. Oh. Sorry. Power projection plus 10, but doesn't power projection over 10 make it possible to colonize a foreign country? Do I understand correctly that the number 1 great power can colonize its neighbors? If they want to, yes. Oh, we're in for an interesting game, chat. That's gonna be insane. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. That's wild, but okay. Does the diplomatic hegemon also give the -20 to opinion? Yes, but their powers compensate. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, literally just colonize the entire world in EU5? Interesting. Is there any hegemony where the Yuan does not start as number 1? Well, I mean, Yuan's not going to start as number 1. They're going to have the Turban Rebellion, the Red Turban Rebellion, before hegemonies even exist. Yeah, that's... yeah. Yeah. Based on visibility, I could see this being a problem. That way there could be more relevant local great powers in each corner of the world. For like 1,500 countries, should you be great power according to Ulm, Corsica, plus 100 countries? I feel like there's room for that, but it would have to be much better defined. Like, Yeah, that would mean each country would have to have its own whoever it considers a great power. Like, I'm sure some city-state in Europe is not going to consider yuan a great power because, like, who cares? You're a city-state in Germany. The impact that yuan has on you is very minimal. So you could do something like that, but then... Yeah, it would have to be local to each country, because each country will be able to see different things. There's still room for it, but I'm fine with it not existing. What else do we have? 105 on the second page, actually. Why reduced food for economic power for cheaper and longer military campaigns? Fair. Okay. I must say, I sincerely hope you will include proper debuffs for large nations instead of making them constantly stronger. In EU4, once you get rolling, nothing can ever stop you unless you want to stop yourself. Or if you're going for a clinically insane campaign. Real. So I hope you will ensure great powers can naturally lose power or fall apart without having it be scripted like the Ottoman decadence. If you in single player manage to become a great power with many hegemonies, you now have a -100 to -150 opinion penalty with everyone. That is a significant way to get everyone else to attempt to stop you. So they're keeping that kind of aspect to external problems rather than internal problems. Yeah, there is the AE penalty. It's like an anti-blobbing mechanic. It's not necessarily like a let's make everyone explode when they get too large. Like, yeah, it definitely makes it harder to expand and everyone will like you less. But I suppose at a certain point it's inevitable that you will reach a snowball anyway. Because even if the entire world is against you, if you are large enough, strong enough, able to divide them well enough, then that doesn't really matter. Unless being a hegemon makes other countries set aside their grievances and focus on you. Maybe. Maybe a really aggressive hegemon will force other countries to try and band together because, like, actually, maybe we shouldn't let that guy keep doing the thing he's doing. Maybe? Will you be able to ignore the aggressive expansion like you can in EU4? I think the real thing is not going to be the aggressive expansion as much as it might end up being coring, integration, and rebellions. Because they said coring takes an enormous amount of time and effort. They said at the start it takes like, what, 25 to 50 years to core something? I think the big limiting factor is going to be overextension, not in the EU4 sense where it's just a number, but in the sense where, like, you do not have control over your territories. You tried to expand too quickly. You cannot establish control over that territory. And so, the more you keep trying to expand, you're going to run into two problems. One, the internal stability of the new stuff that you've just taken. And two, everyone else hating you. And those two problems combined might be enough to create a very strong anti-blobbing mechanic or gameplay loop. No, it wouldn't be a gameplay loop. It would just be anti-blobbing, just mechanics, really. to modify the gameplay loop. Hey Hannibal, I'm here but on mobile. What are your thoughts about you being here on mobile or on the thing we're talking about? I'm joking. So we're talking about hegemonies and stuff, and how, you know, it might be cool to have big empires fall apart in a non-scripted way, and I think it could happen because of the combined hegemony mechanics where you don't proclaim a hegemony, it just kind of happens to you, that makes everyone hate you. Aggressive expansion, of course, being tied into that, making it harder to take stuff without making everybody angry. And finally, also the fact that it takes a really long time to core things, meaning that you can be overextended in a way that is actually portrayed in the game rather than just an arbitrary number the way it is in EU4. Where in EU4, you can core something in 3 years, reduce its autonomy, and then within 25 years it is so core to your empire that all separatism is gone. It's as if nothing ever happened, but that's not the way it's going to be in EU5. In EU5, it's like, okay, we're going to conquer, I don't know, like 10 territories, everyone gets angry at me, I can incorporate one over the next 25 years, and I will be constantly hemorrhaging money, putting down revolts and unrest in those other territories while I very slowly incorporate it into the country. Or you make subjects, and then you have to manage subjects, and manage the, like, them being influenced by other countries, maybe. If I was in charge of the Great Khanate, it wouldn't have gone down like that, true. Yeah, if only I were actually the heir of Genghis Khan, I would have been built different. I simply would have not divided the empire. The primary leash on player expansion needs to at some point be internal rather than external, because it's internal problems that killed the Great Khanates or weakened them enough that they could. True. So that's the thing that we talked about with cores, is that either you will have to sit there with a very unruly piece of territory that keeps on trying to revolt against you, and you have to keep spending money fighting literal wars, because remember, rebellions are actual wars, they create countries in EU5. It's not just like rebels firing and you put them down and everything's all fun and fine now. Now, when you have a revolt, it's a war. You have to fight a country attempting to become independent. And also, they mentioned that when certain revolts happen, other countries can be drawn into those revolts to help fight against you. And then... what was the other thing I was going to mention? Right, if you don't want to have a bunch of territory that it's going to take forever to core, then you create subjects. Subjects which can then... Well, then you have to manage them, right? You have to be nice to your subjects, or maybe they will rebel as well. I think it's going to be... It's going to be interesting how we deal with internal management compared to how we deal with it in EU4. I'm on the fence about the system because on one side it's good because it's more realistic and makes it harder to snowball. On the other hand, how do you do world conquest? This may be hard to believe, but maybe you don't. Maybe there is no world conquest. Maybe there has never been a world conquest. It was all... Maybe the world conquest was the countries we invaded along the way. I don't know. Maybe there won't be. I can't say. We're talking about a scope that has never really been done before in a Paradox game. Surely Horde can world conquest? Surely. Anyway, where was I? I was at 105, right? No, that was 108. Here's 112. If I had any balancing requests, it's that I would like to see tweaks so that Ashikaga are no longer a great power in 1337. I still think this is very odd. I'm not happy with them being a great power at the start, no. Okay, good. I think they mentioned something about vassals giving too much prestige, and so Japan having a big issue with that. Wait, no, Japan is centralized at the start, isn't it? They become more decentralized as time goes on. I think they mentioned that. Where eventually you go into the warring states period, and that's when the clans actually become landed subjects of the shogunate. But to start with, Japan is actually, I think it's centralized at the start. Next, 117. Maybe a third condition for hegemony simply should be that they are a great power. That's true, GP is a requirement. Okay, nice. Is it correct to guess that, say, if Ashikaga magically disappeared, it wouldn't mean that everyone would move up a place and another country would pop up as a great power, but rather it would keep things as is, except with 4 great powers instead of 5, given it's based on distance in score from the number 1 great power. If it was 6, then yes, but it's a minimum of 5. Okay, I see. Yeah, okay, so, like, you have to be close enough to the number 1 great power to be considered a great power. So if you have... Yeah, if you have 6, and one of the great powers gets destroyed, it doesn't mean that somebody gets to take their place, because they weren't any more deserving of becoming a great power to begin with. Just because one of the others is gone, it does not make you a great power. It's kind of like... It's the opposite of how the system works in EU4, where, you know when you're doing a world conquest, and there are like 4 countries left, including yourself, so there are 4 great powers, and the number 4 great power has like 27 development? That wouldn't happen. Well, I guess it would happen because there's a minimum of 5, but if there were no minimum, then in EU5 that would not happen. There would simply be 1 great power, because the others are not strong enough to count. In theory. Alright, 143. I'm not reading all that. You always need to be 20% higher to not lose it, I see. Oh, okay, hold on. So that means if you have, like... If you have a country that's 10% stronger than the other country, then are neither of them great powers? Or sorry, neither of them would become military hegemons? Or the military hegemon? One of those countries needs to be at least 20% stronger? Or have 20% more troops or whatever? Because yeah, it would be kind of weird. Okay, hold on, let me think about that. You always need to be at least 20% higher to not lose it. Maybe I should read this. Okay, this means that if, at the start of the Age of Discovery, every country has a score of 100 and one is 101, they become the hegemon automatically, which would be weird since that cannot be considered hegemonic in any way. I would argue even being 20% stronger than the next one isn't hegemonic either. It would be especially strange to have a country be 10% stronger than you and keeping the title of hegemon. Okay, so what this means in this case is that you can lose the title of hegemony if you are not 20% stronger than the second place. If you're like 15% stronger. I do feel like that still conflicts with an earlier statement where it says, oh, you need to be 10% stronger to claim it. But if you claim it while you're 10% stronger, you just don't have it at all, because you would lose it immediately. So I don't know, maybe I just misinterpreted that. The 10% was a typo. Okay, I can accept that. That was it actually, wasn't it? It was 121 and then 143. Okay, cool. Can you believe it, chat? It's been fewer than 4 hours, and we're actually on the last thing we have for today, and there might not be a lot to discuss, we'll see. Mods in this game are going to be nuts. And Benar EU5 won. Okay, North America. Looks like a whole lot of... More like nothing America. Got him. There's really not a lot going on here. Nice. Very, very cool. Oh, right, yeah, by the way, there is, let's see, wait. Hold on. Today we'll be looking at North America, which is very handy as we can deliver some Thanksgiving maps, not turkey, to our friends from the USA and Canada, except Canadian Thanksgiving, fun fact, is in October. The second Monday of October, I believe. Literally unplayable, blocked. But before I get started, let me have a word on some shameless promotion. Right, this is probably the fact that we have, like, big discounts going on right now with the Steam sale. Yeah, cool. I think you can get all of the EU4 DLC, plus the base game right now for, like, what, $60? $60 Canadian or something? It's okay, they're from Sweden, they don't know Thanksgiving? True. Export Thanksgiving to the Swedes. I'm sure they'll love it. Alrighty, let's move on from the Black Friday sales. Man, Black Friday sales these days. That'll be 5% off, the biggest sale this year. Anyway, North America. What do you know? Countries and societies of pops. It's looking kind of doomed, chat. It's so over, North America, bros. It's so cooked. 2 playable regions, it's so over. We're going back to EU4 1.0. Tragic. Societies of Pops, though, that's cool. Man. So tragic. I wanted to do a Haudenosaunee campaign. Yeah, same, to be honest. Not even the Haudenosaunee. Well, let's take a look at what we got at least. We do have a lot of Societies of Pops, so that's neat. That's our consolation. No Iroquois maxing. For today's Tinto maps, we thought it would be a good idea to show both the land-owning countries and the Societies of Pops. As I commented last week, we're trying to follow consistent criteria to categorize countries and societies. This is our current proposal for North America, with Cahokia and some Pueblo people being the only regular countries in 1337. Surrounded by numerous Societies of Pops. I'm not bothering to share the Dynasty map mode as we don't have any clue about them, and they are auto-generated. However, we have been reading and considering the feedback we received last week in the Tinto maps for Oceania. So we want to let you know that this is our current design proposal, and that we want to hear from you what your expectations are regarding the countries that you would consider landed in 1337. And also which countries you'd like to play with in this region, either as landed or as Societies of Pops. As you may already know, our commitment is to make Project Caesar a great, fun game with your help, and we greatly appreciate the feedback we receive from you in that regard. Okay, so this is a little bit of a caveat for this, a side note for 1337. This is already quite tricky, as most of our information only comes from post-1500s accounts, when the native societies were already looking very different from 2 centuries ago. That is a large barrier. The first reports, made by Hernando de Soto about the Cusa chiefdom around 1540, points it out to be organized in a way that we would consider it a tribal land-owning tag, as confirmed by archaeology. However, that polity was not organized at that level of complexity in 1337, as there isn't any contemporary data comparable to that of Cahokia, and some decades after the encounter with De Soto and some other European explorers, the mix of diseases that had made the chiefdom collapse, being more akin to what a society of pops would be. This type of complex historical dynamism is what makes it so difficult to make the right call for the situation in 1337, and also for us to develop with our current game systems the proper mechanics that would be needed for societies of pups to be fully playable, and not just barely half-baked. Yeah. Historiography. Fun stuff. Translation, we know it's empty, please don't be mean to us in the comments. I mean, kind of, yeah. But it's not like it's unreasonable to say, like, okay, we literally just don't have enough evidence for a lot of the places within these areas, so we're just gonna ask you guys, like, hey, what would you prefer to see? What would you prefer to see as playable versus what would you prefer to see as Society of Pops? There's room for negotiation here. So are they going to add a DLC for most countries, or will they just randomly pop up throughout the years like Southwest African states in EU4? I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. I feel like they want to... Okay. I think they want to do something different than what they did in EU4. In EU4, they added provinces over time. I think this time they're like, we're not doing that, okay? We are not adding more countries. We are not adding more provinces. We want to set up the map in such a way that we do not need to retcon. We do not need to change things, which creates more tech debt, where you have to go back and update, like, province requirements for specific things. Because, you know, when you do that, when you don't have the framework completely set out from the start, then you have to spend a lot more time adapting older content to fit new map landscapes. So, like, you know, for example, like the Big Blue Blob achievement in EU4 used to be a lot harder because there were fewer provinces, but now they add more provinces, which makes the achievement not as hard. Another example for that would be like missions. You add more provinces, you have to go back and update the missions that they target the right provinces, or they target areas that make sense and all that stuff. So I don't think they're going to use DLC to, like, add countries necessarily, unless they want to add like a Society of Pops DLC, which just adds mechanics. Much easier than adding new countries or adding new Societies of Pops after, you know, launching the game. If they're doing Cahokia, they should represent other Mississippian power centers. They very well might. There's room for discussion, they said. Let's see. Okay, we went through all this, then we have the locations. Huge. I love seeing this, actually. In fact, I could go on like a 15-minute rant about glaciers and the geographical oddities that separate much of Canada from continental United States, because those ice sheets did a number on the topsoil. But we don't need to have that conversation. Boy, I love glaciers and ice ages. Let me go ahead and open that up. Ooh, maybe not that zoomed in. There we go. Wow, look at that. It's the Laurentian Corridor and friends, I guess. Here we go. We have what was traditionally called Upper and Lower Canada over here in the surrounding areas. I really like the attention to detail, specifically when we look at stuff like this. Let me zoom in real far into that. See how some of these areas have like little lakes? I think these are their own areas, their own locations, these ones. Like, they don't have names, but neither does this one, right? Maybe that's impassable. I actually don't know. Maybe it's a lake, in fact. Are these lakes actually? Or are they locations? There wouldn't be a point to having these exist on the map as lakes. Would there be? I don't think so. I can't tell if these are locations or lakes. They could be both, actually. Is the black not impassable terrain? It is. But also the lakes are not black. We can see like these lakes are colored in, so I'm wondering if these are lakes or if they are locations. I think they're locations. What if we want to listen to you yap about ice sheets and glaciers? Well, okay, we can like briefly touch on it, I guess. I mean, okay, we can start with, if you would like to, you can look up the number of lakes in the world by country. Lakes are locations, it would be cool. Can't be locations because they're surrounded by impassable. So what are they? Anyway, if you look up the number of lakes in the world by country, you will see a stark contrast. It must be lakes. That would be cool. You will see a stark contrast where, like 800,000 lakes or something exist in Canada. And in second place is Russia with like 200,000 lakes. The reason there are so many lakes in Canada is because of the glaciers. Basically. Because the glaciers, when they receded, carved up a lot of the terrain and left a bunch of lakes behind. Finland too? Yup. Finland has a bunch of lakes for that reason. And so, funny enough that the I think it was the last ice age, the extent of the ice sheet doesn't quite perfectly map over the Canada-United States border, but is very similar alongside it. I think there's like some of the northeastern United States also got a little bit of the glaciers, but it sort of went along like this line, kind of. And so that's why there's so many lakes in Canada. And also it's why it's not easy to farm in these regions, because a lot of it is just like rock, exposed rock. Weren't the Great Lakes made by the Ice Age too? Quite possibly. So all you have up here is just like a bunch of exposed stone, not great for farming. But here's another fun fact, is that didn't happen over here. And weirdly enough, some of the richest soil specifically exists within a belt right around here that almost completely lines this area just above the United States in Canada, and like doesn't really dip too much into the United States. It's one of the reasons why the prairie provinces, we call them, have a population like 10 times that of like this entire belt in the United States, is because like there's this weird little section of really good soil right here, which is kind of cool. So yeah, the more you know about random geography facts. Anyway, I like that there was a lot more attention given to also the internal areas within what we call, this is like this area is like called the Canadian Shield. Also extends quite a bit west, I believe. Yeah, quite a bit west. Very rocky, but still inhabitable for the most part. Just not very easy to farm here. Lots of rock. Pretty cold. Not great. Also, I love my 15 province Newfoundland. That's great. Very cool. Wait, is Saint Pierre Miquelon its own thing? I think so. Miquelon. Maybe there's an L in there. Nice. Then we have a random island here that I didn't even know existed. Very cool. I love my Prince Edward Island having 5 locations. Prince Edward Island gonna be more important in EU5 than it is in real life. Let's go. Alright, let's move on to the eastern United States. We have the, someone help me out here. Appalachia? Appalachian Mountains, I believe. I like how you have some of the valleys incorporated as well. More locations than IRL, let's go. True. Southeastern United States. Florida, let's go. Time to farm alligators. Huge. I'm also curious to see, like, how do they get all the names for these areas? I can't imagine how rigorous the research must have been to be able to find all the names for these locations. I like how the entire state of Kentucky is wasteland, just like in real life. Where even is Kentucky? This looks like it would be vaguely Kentucky shaped. I don't know where it is. The only thing I know about Kentucky is that they have fried chicken. And it's actually like really mid fried chicken. Not only mid, it's actually bottom tier. Not even gonna lie. Like, it is actually, like, out of the fried chicken brands you could get, it's actually bottom tier. Can't lie. There's literally a location called Kentucky? Wait, what? Do you think I'm reading all these? Where is that? Kentucky, what do you know? That's crazy. It does exist. I've heard it's finger-licking good. Well, yeah, that's because they serve you grease with a side of chicken. That's why. Anyway, yeah, let's take a look at southwestern United States and a bit of Mexico. Cool, very mountainous, very neat. Actually playable, though. That'll be something. First campaign, we play as Pueblo. Let's go. We play as no, not Pueblo. What am I thinking of? Well, Navajo, but isn't Pueblo part of that? Me when illiterate. Pueblo refers to the settlements of the Pueblo peoples in the southwestern United States. No, okay, I was right then, aren't I? Oh, wait. Then who are the Navajo? Mojave is more playable than Canada? Yeah. Navajo are also southwest, but they're not the same. So, wait. Hold on. Just to make sure I'm not crazy on this. What would you refer to this grouping of people as? These are not Navajo? So much space for parking lots. That's probably Navajo, Pueblo, or closer to Texas. Wait, what did they refer to? Hold on, I'm reading a dev diary, I can just see what they said. Okay, some Pueblo people being the only regular countries. Pueblo, okay, that's what they're going with. Anyway, dude, what even is this? When you zoom far enough into any part of the globe, I just have no idea what I'm looking at. Is this what they call the Midwest in the United States? Where it's like the middle of the West? The Great Plains and the Rockies? Oh, I see Iowa. That looks like a Great Lake. Okay, I kind of know where I am, never mind. Very mountainous. Is that mountainous or just like desert? I guess a mix of both. There's a location called Kansas too. True. Is there an Arkansas? Alright, western coastal United States. Not really too much here we didn't see in the last screenshot, other than a bit of the coastline here in California. I think it would be really cool to build a bridge like right there. What do you think, chat? I think if you wanted to, you could build a bridge like right here. Wouldn't that be cool? I think you could do that. Nah, I would never make a profit. True, my bad. You're right. Next, we have the Rockies. But not all of the Rockies. Well, kind of the Rockies. We have... Oh, okay, you can actually see where they wanted to delineate the border. This is where they're like, yup, Canada-US border right here. You can see the line. Which of course makes sense, because then it travels through here. And then that makes sense, because this is Vancouver Island. And Vancouver itself is right here, or like right here or something. It's like it's like right, yeah, roughly that direction, kind of. I think it's actually right here, if I remember the shape of Vancouver correctly, because it has that sort of, you know, it wraps around this little inlet here. But anyway, yeah, cool. We have Yukon and some of the Northwest Territories. Very cool, actually, that you have this level of detail. The amount of attention given all the way up here to the north, even, where you have the locations around these lakes, these very large lakes as well. You're a Vancouverite, Corbett? I am not, actually. Are they just dead ends? I mean, they would have to be, I guess. It's not like you can really go all the way up to the north and then build a port there. It's kind of frozen a lot of the time. I mean, maybe you could eventually. But yeah, what intrigued me was these lakes over here, and I guess they are just regular lakes, not locations. I thought it would be interesting to have, like, lake-based locations, kind of the way that they have atolls, where some part of it is traversable, of course, but it's shaped in a specific area, and I guess they kind of did do that with this, didn't they? We have a lake with a couple locations around it, but I was thinking that these would be their own very small locations, which would be kind of cool. But I guess they're just lakes. I don't know if making northern Canada playable should have taken development time, but it is cool. I think it very much should have taken development time, and it's based. Lakes are locations, you can move on them if they freeze over. Okay, but I don't know how you're getting from here to here. Based on what? Based on having a lot of locations for the sake of having locations. Based on having such a level of detail that you will never remember the names of every single location the same way that you could theoretically memorize every province in EU4. Anyway, Alaska. I like how this sort of gives you much more connection between North America and Siberia, between Alaska and Siberia. Because previously, if you wanted to get from Alaska to, or sorry, from Siberia to Alaska, which sometimes you do in EU4 when you play Japan, you want to do colonialism, sure. It would be quite the distance. But now the shortest distance is literally, what is this called? The Bering Strait, right here. There's that little island in the middle too. So you can just go from like here to here, boom, easy. I wonder how the Native Americans got there. I wonder. And here we have the whole thing. Beautiful. Oh wait, actually, did I get my zoom in of the most important part? We didn't get the zoom in of the most important part. It's a single location up here. Although I think that's another lake or something. I didn't get my zoom in on Victoria Island. Literally unplayable. Oh my god, dude. Literally unplayable. I can't visit this one location. What's the point? Why are we here just to suffer? That's Amajawak Lake, apparently. Interesting. All very impressive, but do I get to turn Jan Mayen into the most populous place on the planet or not? Hopefully. That's what we all hope for. Fun fact: there's a small city which I think is forgetting where it is. Maybe it's not even represented on the map, which is, you know what, fair. But there is like a small city that might be like here or something, or maybe it's over here. Iqaluit, the capital of the Nunavut, actually. I think it's like here, or maybe it's over here. I don't know. There might be a place called the Rankin Inlet over here. I don't remember. But anyway. Literally no location that allows me to colonize alerts in Canada. Wow. Literally unplayable. Worst game design, worst map I've ever seen. Not allowed to set up permanent settlement in alert. We'll have to do better next time. Alright, anyway, provinces, cool. Bit of a zoom in. Areas. Very neat. Capital of none of it is where you pointed? Wait. The second location where I pointed? This is a Caluit? Let me check. You know, I should know this. Oh yeah. What do you know? But where's Rankin Inlet? Oh, that's in the more mainland part of yeah, no, that's in the more mainland part of Nunavut. Rankin Inlet is like here or something. Anyway. Let's look at the beautiful map where we have the Arctic territories as well. Imagine being a Paradox game that actually has the Arctic territories at all. Crazy. You know, in EU6, you'll be allowed to search for the Northwest Passage. Johan told me that personally. The areas are up for debate. They made 2 different types, East versus West, and decided apparently the community will decide or something. Interesting. Yeah, he told it to me in a dream, true. Alright, very neat. Provinces. Areas. Terrain. It's pretty cold up here, generally speaking. Hills, flatland. Yep, as you'd expect, pretty much. Lots of forest. I love lumber. Most climates are portrayed in North America from Arctic to arid. The Rocky Mountains are rocky. Who could have guessed? Regarding vegetation, we wanted to portray the forest covered in 1337, which is tricky. That's why some areas may look too homogeneous. Any suggestions are welcome. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. Development, not a whole lot going on. Except for Cahokia, they're killing it. Look at that. Natural harbors. Based? Navigable Great Lakes? Based? Do we get to build the, what am I thinking? How am I forgetting the name of the canal? Rideau Canal. That's the one. I think that's the one. Hold on. Is that the one that crosses, that was like super, super long and... No, that's not even the one I'm thinking of. What's the... Wait, maybe it is the one I'm thinking of. Oh, you know what? I think it is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, I think we should be allowed to build the Rideau Canal, actually. Except I don't think it would do anything. As in, like, the... I just want it to be, like, navigable through here, but I don't think they're going to implement that, because if they were going to, then they would have put it on the map. So you can trade inside the Great Lakes, but you can't use the Great Lakes as like a hub of commerce that travels through the river, the St. Lawrence. Would that be the Erie Canal? Not the one that I'm thinking of, no. Yeah, literally unplayable, true. Okay, yeah, neat. I like that there is navigable Great Lakes, but I hope maybe you can do more with that at some point. That would be cool. Otherwise, like, what's the point, really? Lots of natural harbors in here. Cool. Natural harbors as far north as here, based. I like how these exist, even though nobody's going to build a harbor here, maybe ever. But I like that. Do navigable rivers exist? I think they said no, there will not be navigable rivers. I will build one port up here just to say that somebody did it. Cultures, big. Okay, but you know what I'm looking for. Show me that religion map mode. You know what I'm here for. Languages, cool. Okay, am I crazy, or there should be... Who am I thinking of? Is it... Cherokee, maybe? Whose language is somewhat similar to that of the northeastern ones? Like Haudenosaunee or Iroquois? Or maybe I'm delusional. Same culture group in EU4, yes, it's the Cherokee. There you go, I remember things sometimes. Anyway, religions, that's what I'm here for, let's go. You know, first they showed off having like 7 different religions, and I was like, this is great. It just got better. Yeah, not all animist, if you can believe it. We still have some totemist, but this time, it actually kind of makes sense. This time it's like reasonable and doesn't encompass the entire continent. Although I'm wondering how many of these are families, rather than individual religions. We have Athabascanist here, which is pretty large, and, you know, again, the Inuit religion here being spread across different areas that I think could be more granular. I'm sure they will touch on that, so I'm not gonna, like, you know, talk about it too much. We have a mixed bag here. On the one hand, Eastern and Northern religions look more like the design we're aiming to achieve, while on the other, to the south, you can find the splitter animist religions based on cultures that we now want to group into bigger religions more akin to the Northern ones. Eastern and Northern religions look more like the design we're aiming to achieve. I think what they mean by that is that they want to make these as religious families, maybe, or some kind of grouping. But they still want to further, I don't know, granularize them. Because I think that there could be more done to split up these groups to, like, if you want to make them resemble more like these. Which I think is reasonable. I think they want to have groups that are like this size, but maybe these will be broken up a little more. Because, like, of course, like, these, there's no reason for these specific little portions of Inuit to all be the same, right? Yeah. Although these, I mean, these are a little bit better, these ones. Although maybe there could be more granularity in there. If this is the thing that they want to achieve in terms of individual religions, but this is what they want in terms of groups, then like, that's cool. I think that works. Raw materials. Wild game, who could have guessed? So this creates a really good argument for, I think, developing new materials. Like, you have these materials, but eventually they're going to become something different. Why do I say that? Because there's no lumber in Canada. Chat, look at it. There's nothing but fur, wild game, some fish, some clay, and a couple other scattered things. But of course, lumber's the big thing, you know? Also corn, huge. But yeah, I think that they're definitely going to implement a system where you change the type of good that is gathered in a province, because lumber's a really big thing, you know. Sure, the fur trade was enormous compared to the scale of, I guess, the economy at that time, but after fur, you know, kind of became lumber a lot. Fur and wild game are definitely, like, really big at the start. So it's reasonable that they start this way. Fish, of course, also. The, There's a story, I think, of when people first arrived near the coast of Newfoundland, and the story goes something like there were so many fish around a particular coast, or maybe just generally around it, that you could literally just sail a boat by, and the fish would, like, jump out of the water into the boat. I don't know if that's true, but apparently the fishing here was so big that or the population of fish was so large that could happen. I don't know if that's true. But anyway. That does happen nowadays in the Great Lakes. Big. Newfoundland is just fish. Look at Nova Scotia though. I mean, that's just all fish too. Have we seen tobacco yet? Good point. We do not. Well, I mean, we do, kind of, but not a whole lot of it. Also, did cotton grow naturally in the Americas? I didn't know that. There is tobacco, it seems, yes. Cotton is indigenous to the Americas? Huh. What do you know? Oh, right, yeah, of course, the Incas did have a big cotton trade, you're right. It's a different species of cotton? That makes sense. I want to see what they have to say here. Wild game, fish, and fur are king of this region, true. But we are also portraying the three sisters, maize, beans, and squash, the agricultural base for many of the Native American societies, using maize, legumes, beans, and fruit, squash. Oh, I see what they mean. Okay, these are the stand-ins, so they have maize as a separate crop. Legumes represent beans, and then fruit represents squash, I see. Cotton is also present in the south, as it was also native to the region, although the modern variant comes from a crossing with the old world one. There you go. And there are also mineral resources present here and there. Markets? Yeah. Population, broken map. Okay. This is gonna be an interesting one. Right, so population. It's an interesting topic to discuss. There are the current numbers we've got in the region, because the estimates for how many people used to live in the Americas do vary quite a bit. I've seen some estimates that go all the way up even to like 100 million. But estimates are like estimates. It's always like a really broad range because, I mean, how specific can you even get with that, with the knowledge we have? But yeah. So continent in America. I see. So America is one continent. There's no North or Central, or sorry, South America as continents. It's just America, the continent. And so they've decided that the current numbers they're using are 20 million in America, as in the two continents. Subcontinents, you have North and Central, getting roughly half of the population, and then South America having another roughly half the population. And then these are the regions for North America, I guess. The ones that we've seen. Because a lot of the population in North America was, of course, in Mesoamerica. That's all for today. There won't be a Tinto Maps next week. Tragic, as it's a bank holiday in Spain. So the next one will be Central America, December 13th. But before that, we will post the Tinto Maps feedback for Russia on Monday, December 9th. Okay. Right, so what do we have to look at for dev responses? Actually, I think PLI is put something up a lot earlier, but I might have completely missed it. Scrolling right now, 1 second. Oh, here we go. Okay, so they did drop a list. So they made one quickly. There we go. Nice. 20 million total is reasonable, though it is on the low end. Most scholars seem to settle higher than that, between 30 and 50 million. Yeah, and sometimes I've even seen up to 100 million, but well, I would say I don't know if I believe that, but honestly, I really don't know if I believe that. I don't know enough, literally, in that case. You can do the Saturday buildings? We could rapid fire them, because I don't know if there's really too much to talk about in each case. But first let's go through these. So we have number 11. All this wild game makes me wonder if you plan on really having dynamic RGOs? Yes, based. Or if the gold available in these areas won't be discoverable in the game. Very likely we won't have that by release. They will not have discoverable gold by release. Okay, sure. So that would prevent stuff like the Yukon Gold Rush, or like the wait, no, that was a little later though, wasn't it? Even then. With yeah, no, that was way later. Way later. 1896. Okay, what other gold rushes were there? Before 1860. Parral, Chihuahua had a gold rush. Brazilian gold rush. Carolina gold rush. Okay, so I mean that's kind of fair. It seems like most of the gold rushes were very much in the mid to late 1800s. There was a gold rush in Congo 3 years ago. That's crazy. Anyway. The gold rushes of that time were more in Latin America, true. But theoretically could happen if you have the infrastructure set up. And it's about theoretically being able to do it rather than necessarily, you know, based on the time period. Do the Spanish sackings of the Incans and Mayans count as a gold rush? No, A gold rush specifically is like a form of group behavior of a bunch of people going to a specific area in hopes of individually themselves making a lot of money. It's like a specific phenomenon, I think. Whereas, if you have like a crown company that is just in charge of extracting gold for the king or for the royal treasury, then that does not constitute a gold rush. It's just like a crown venture or something. Anyway, what else are we looking at? Number 12, is there an event or similar for the emergence of some native countries that formed out of societies of pops during the time period like the Iroquois/Haudenosaunee? Not yet. It says not yet. I don't know why there's so many dislikes. Like, they don't exist yet, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to add them. It's just like that they don't exist yet. That's it. Like, surprise, surprise, not every game mechanic has been created. Okay. Anyway, 60. Will the locations be renamed once colonial powers are there? Yes, and we'd also welcome suggestions regarding this. Dynamic naming is actually kind of a cool part of EU4, so I'm glad they're bringing that back. Second page. Could be read as they're saving it for DLC, I guess, maybe? Maybe the dislikes are interpreting it as it won't be in the game because it wasn't that way at the game start. Maybe. Maybe. Turkish North America, here we come. Real. Colonial Ottomans. Colonial Mamluks, actually. Finland campaign. At last. Someone summon Rosset. Okay, so what are we looking at? Number 318? Yeah, because I'm really not trying to read all this, to be honest. 318. Will this also be the case with other colonial areas? For example, the separate in quotations colonies of Quebec, Louisiana, and Illinois could be formed separately or joined together in a new France common colonial federation. I feel very much like we are missing significant context for this. Hold on. This is Pavia? This is Pavia. I'm definitely missing the context for this. Let's go read this one first. In regards to colonization, will Project Caesar accurately represent British colonization by having separate tags for, say, Connecticut or Rhode Island, rather than just merely oversimplifying it and saying 13 colonies? Also, will there be an event for the Mohegan to break off from the Pequot, something that historically happened? Also, I feel like you guys may have oversimplified the cultures there. You can probably add more cultures in between, okay. This guy really wants to play colonial Connecticut. Like, we've got the most dedicated Connecticut's strongest soldier out here in the forums. Some countries should be able to change their woodlands using tactical burning to cultivate their environment. True, based. We'd like to have both individual colonies and some kind of 13 colonies, common colony, and federation/confederation. So it's up to the player to choose. Okay, that's good actually, I like that. So now we go back to this comment. Will it also be the case with other colonial areas? For instance, separate colonies like Quebec, Louisiana, Illinois could be formed separately or joined together in a new France common colonial federation, or the various Spanish colonies in the New World, such as California, New Navarre, New Leon, Guatemala, Mexico, Yucatan, being able to be formed separately but joined together in a New Spain colonial federation or viceroyalty. It's the idea, yes. Perfect. No notes. That's great, actually. I like that. And I'd like to add something else, actually. I hope that it doesn't just exist to the whims of the player. I hope that there is agitation in the colonies for some kind of either greater representation or to merge together into a confederation. There's some kind of pressure to actually make you interact with that mechanic as well. One example that is a little bit later, but does come to mind, would be the actual creation of the province of Canada, later the Dominion of Canada, joining Upper and Lower Canada into one Dominion with a common governance, rather than being separate dominions, or separate colonies, I guess. Because if there's the political will for it, and the colonists want it, then I think it should be doable, and should be agitated for, actually, if they want it enough. No more New Spain in like 10 provinces anymore just because someone else colonized the rest of Mexico. At last. Reasonable colonial nations. Okay, yeah, let's go on to 320, which is this last one on page 2. I'm a little concerned about the gameplay. If you decide to play as Cahokia, for example, are there enough ways to interact with the societies of pops around for the game to be fun? That's a big challenge for us at this moment, to be honest. That's why we're being extra cautious with everything Society of Pops related. Okay, fair. And we have 2 more on this page. 2 more that we're going to look at. Are there mechanics to represent the decline of Cahokia and related cities, or will the European player run into thriving mound cities every game? We have a design in mind, but again, we're not sure if that would be in the release version of the game. Okay, fair. I mean, there's stuff to prioritize, and maybe the player will find thriving mound cities every game, and maybe that's okay, because maybe it won't actually matter that much. Maybe. And then 339, the last one. The level of details in the cultures of North America is awesome. I hope for South America is a similar level of depth. I hope that South American research about native cultures is not too difficult. In any case, I'll be happy to help with a few maps. They are on par. Cool. Although we haven't even seen Central America yet. Europeans did actually get to see some mound cities before they were completely abandoned. Yeah, that makes sense. That would make a lot of sense, actually, yep. I think, in fact, they might have mentioned that. If we go back to, hold on. Never mind, they were talking about the Kusa chiefdom. Okay, never mind. Curious to see how they will deal with the cities in the Amazon. I don't even know about the cities in the Amazon. Anyway, we are technically done with all the stuff that we had to cover today, except for the Saturday buildings. I don't even remember what I last saw here. Oh, didn't I see the Mamluk barracks? I don't think it's every Saturday, chat. I think I remember seeing a lot of these. I'm pretty sure we looked at the Mamluk barracks, didn't we? October 26th. I think I caught up to these. Yeah, hold on. So there would have been only like 3 more of these. I think I've seen the Bastions, have I not? November 9th. Maybe I didn't. Or maybe I did. No, I don't think I've seen these. Okay, so we can go through this one, this one, this one, this one. They will not be in order, but that's okay. Alright, Bastions. Garrison size, reduced unrest. Interesting. Fort level allows zone of control. I guess there are some forts that don't do that. Neat. Required production. That's, I guess it's stone, guns, artillery, metalworking, and melee arms, I guess. Did you see the tools workshop one? I think so. I feel like I've seen all the way up to granary at the very least. Yeah, I think so. Maybe the stockade doesn't allow for zone of control? You're right. Helps with defense without propagating a zone of control. Yep. Building costs 1,000 doubloons. That's crazy. Peasant training grounds. Commoner's estate will build in rural towns and settlements. Increases peasant power. Interesting. Monthly manpower, +1. Huge. We are so back. Like this estate privilege, militias of commoners, peasant levy size, levy combat efficiency, peasants allowed weapons. I'm sorry, why is that actually a modifier? Oh, okay. Peasants are allowed to keep their weapons. They don't mean like... I thought there was an option to send peasants onto the battlefield with no weapons. They will simply pick up weapons on their way on the battlefield and then fight with them. Okay, increases the demand for weaponry. Interesting. Huge, I guess. We can get rid of that one too. Age of Absolutism building that shows the age icon and the icon for the tech as well now. Okay. Cultural tradition, monthly literacy. 500 doubloons. There's so many building types that I'm never going to be able to keep track of what each one does. I'm gonna have to do my degree in EU5 before I can actually play it. Peasants must learn to mine and craft weaponry. True. Age of Reformation building that can have multiple levels and can be built in any town or city with a port. Port authority. Burgers trade capacity, market protection, trade capacity. Oh my god, dude. I'm really just hoping that the estates will build everything for me. I'm not gonna remember to build anything. At least in EU4 it's like, I would like more tax. Let me build some churches. Oh, I can increase production. I will build a workshop. In EU5, it's like, I want to have better trade, so I will build 3 hyper-specific buildings in a specific location to boost market protection by 10%, which will give me 0.3 additional lumber per month. Like, bro. What is happening, man? The tutorial is the first 500 hours of studying? Real. There's going to be a huge min-max potential for money. How do you even min-max this? What kind of... We're gonna need like a 3D Excel spreadsheet just to be able to min-max this. The Victoria of Europa Universalis? When this game releases, they're gonna make a mod that is Victorian era, and it's gonna be better than Vic 3. The best way to play Victoria 3 is actually going to be a mod for EU5. Anyway, crazy stuff. Cool. Hospitals. Generally pretty useful. Life expectancy is a modifier in a location? I'm done, dude. I'm checking out. Got life expectancy as a modifier in my grand strategy game? Okay. Am I gonna be allowed to set, like, marginal tax rates on every different profession that exists in the game, too? Will I be able to specifically... will I be able to put a tariff on I don't know, tomatoes, specifically? Will I be allowed to levy a specific mercury export embargo on a random city-state? Maybe. Dude, I don't even know, man. I don't even know. Life expectancy. It gives life expectancy, chat. Okay. Alright. Maybe life expectancy, I mean, when you increase life expectancy, typically that increases population. Like, am I gonna have to manage the population pyramid of my country? Am I gonna have to make sure that I don't send too many young men off to die in war to maintain my population pyramid? If I increase my life expectancy, am I going to have to create old age pension for my population? Man, okay, let's... Yeah, okay. I think that was actually the last building that we had to look at. Yeah, hospital was the last one. Cool. Actually, I joke, but the manpower thing is true. Like, you literally do have to manage the number of people you send to die in war. Because if you send too many people, then you're actually sacrificing population. That part isn't even a joke. That part is real. It's kind of like Victoria 3. Like, it's not like EU4. In EU4, when you go to war, you send, like, a concept of a person goes to war. An amorphous concept of manpower is spent on war. You can have a population. You can have 20 development total in EU4 and lose 100,000 manpower in that war. Because that's how EU4 works. But now if you go to war, it's over, man. Like, now actual pops are dying, pops that could be working. The only thing that they need to add next would be not just casualties from war in the sense of, like, you know, they're dead. But also in the sense of like, well, you know, you've been injured enough that you can't really do much else. And now in EU5, we'll have to make like a veterans program. Help take care of veterans. Like, dude. Oh my god. I'm never gonna be able to learn this whole game, man. It's over. But anyway, yeah, I think we're gonna call it there for today. Surprisingly, 5-hour stream instead of 7. Remarkable. We're getting better. Somehow. Actually, no, I think it's always been downhill from the very beginning. I think I started with like a 7-hour stream covering like 20 dev diaries. And now I'm doing a 5-hour stream to cover 6. So maybe I've fallen off, in fact. But anyway. I think it's time for us to, yeah. Because that's like everything, you know? 24-hour Tinto Talk stream when? True. Actually, I've been thinking about doing a subathon in early December. The problem is that I would have to cap it, though. Because I would not be able to do a subathon that goes into, Christmas. That would not be possible. But I have been considering it. I will not confirm anything. Do not get your hopes up. It may happen. It's early December today. Not for me. It's actually 4:30 on November 30th, so checkmate, European. Actually, don't even know if you're European. I just assumed. Do it, no balls? Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Probably Australia. That would make a lot more sense, actually. Because I don't think it's that late in Europe right now. It's got to be like 10 o'clock or something. What time is it in Poland? Yeah, it's okay, never mind. Never mind, anyway. So do you live in Grand Theft Auto? Yes. Anyway, that'll be it for today. You know what? Yeah. I was considering whether or not there would be a stream tomorrow too, but actually, I'm not doing that. Probably. Yeah, probably not. I do want to continue some of that Victoria 3 run. So, sometime this upcoming week I will probably stream that. There might also be another Hoi 4 collab. Maybe, possibly, but you didn't hear that from me. And if it doesn't happen, then you didn't hear it from me. Anyway, until either I stream or upload next, hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Go unwind from the yapping, because this was a long stream. But anyway, yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye, bit.